You're in Braves country.
Good afternoon, y'all, as we are starting our, well, this is going to be a pretty long show here tonight. How are you, Doug?
Doing good.
So tonight, for the next 15 minutes, we're going to talk Major League Baseball. We're going to talk about everything under the sun when it comes to not only the Braves, but Major League Baseball free agency. If you got any questions, fire them away. Then Bobby's jumping on in about 15 minutes. We're going to go into the college football and NFL picks of the weekend. And then at 8 o'clock Eastern, we have the AAC championship game. People have asked me why we chose this. Is because several stations wanted to carry Army, since Army is in the AAC championship game. We're going to carry the Army Black Knights versus Tulane, as opposed to, we had a couple other options, but that just seemed like the best thing that we could do as far as trying to give back a little. So that's what we're planning on doing here. Let's start off with, I guess, the big stuff, and then we'll kind of teeter off of that. Doug, you got Blake Snell that went to the Dodgers, and then yesterday the Severino move. What'd you think about the A's going all in like that, paying the most they've ever paid for a free agent, $67 million over 3 years? Though there is an opt-out after year 2, I doubt he takes it, because he'll be pretty far north in his age. But what was your take on that?
My main take of looking at the A's like this, it's about time they actually cared about trying to build a winning team, is what I took from it. As poorly as that team is run,
right?
Godspeed to them that they're actually trying to sign people.
Yeah, I believe that they get a bad rap. I really do. I believe they get a bad rap because people act like that the A's fan base has just been this diehard fan base that has always been there for their fan. It's not true. They have not supported their team. In fact, back in the 70s, I went back and looked at back in the 70s, they weren't going out and supporting the swinging A's, as they were called back then, right? They have always suffered, except during postseason, they've always suffered to try to put butts in the seats. That is a Raider town. I get it that both teams have left, but that is a Raider town, and that was the only sport that they ever supported. They supported the Golden State Warriors to a degree, but realized even Golden State decided to go across the bay and into San Francisco when they got the first opportunity. So it's a poverty-stricken town, mainly because it's a bad government. We won't get into that tonight because it's not that kind of show, but that's what you're living with. And when people start, the one thing about the U.S. is that it's constantly evolving. Well, you're talking about your political parties or your cities or whatnot, and when one city starts to fall apart and crumble, things like major sports teams are going to leave. And so you're getting Oakland losing a baseball team and Las Vegas gaining one. We would have never thought that 30, 40 years ago, right? At the time, Vegas was just a desert that had some casinos, and now they are awaiting their athletics to come in. Best case scenario, it'll be somewhere around 27, 28 type of thing. But anyways, I thought it was interesting that they made that move. That's not the move I would make if I were the A's. I would have went with more youth, but maybe they're trying to get some butts in the seats in Sacramento, and that's a way to do it.
Yes. And also it's a signal to the future when they do make it to Vegas, that when the A's do get to Vegas, that this is a serious team. Because you got to remember, they're in Dutch to the city of Las Vegas for a lot of money. So they're, now and when they get to Vegas, they got to show the city of Las Vegas that they're a serious team and not just a losing team, because those tickets in Vegas are going to be expensive So if you're going to put butt seats in Vegas, show them now what the Oakland A's can do.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we're going to get a situation where they're going to try to be competing by the time that they land in Oakland. And even if they're not, quote unquote, ready to rock and a major favorite, they don't want to be just a pushover either, right?
Exactly.
So that's what we're looking at right now with what's going on with Severino. I was surprised as anyone. I could not believe that is where. Let me get that out of the way. That was where they went, but I was pleasantly surprised. It wasn't like one of those things. Oh, what an idiotic move! Da 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 da. Nah, I believe that that it was a move that's calculated on the fact that if he does decide to dip in 2 years, it's no big deal. They'll go somewhere else, right?
Yep.
And it'll be interesting to see if they add anything else. Maybe a bat. Don't get crazy and think that all of a sudden they're going to go out and start spending the kind of money that's going to bring in a Juan Soto or something like that. But it is nice to see them actually land a free agent that is something bigger than a kid with. When you think about the A's grabbing a free agent, they sign the kinds of guys that the Braves and other franchises normally send down to AAA for the first couple of months, right? So yeah. It's nice to see that happen. Let's see what we got here. We got a couple of people chiming in. The Beeve and John's drunk about it, and the Beeve's asking what could this signing have to do with them relocating. Yeah, that's pretty much what we just went over. So the next thing on the list, we got the winter meetings coming up. Technically they start Monday, but they begin Sunday night because Sunday night everyone starts arriving into Dallas, Texas is where it is this year. And you'll start seeing some buzz. You might even see a big move made, whether it's a free agent, whether it's a trade. There's not much of a chance that we get anything in the next 2 days because you got everyone kind of getting their ducks in a row and ready to roll, right? There's less beating the phones and saying, hey, what can we get? And more, hey, let's pack and let's get ready to show up there. You're a Reds fan. These meetings, what are you looking for?
At the heart of it, I am looking for the Reds, for God's sake, sign a power-hitting outfielder. I don't care who it is at this point. Someone of some caliber. Somebody like maybe I know Santander is a free agent this year. Sign him. But for God's sake, go find us a power-hitting outfielder.
I'll tell you one of the things that I'm most intrigued about is where does Cody Bellinger end up at? Because Cody Bellinger, he's long been talked about possibly being dealt to the Braves, but now we've got the Mariners, the Astros, the Yankees are all being rumored this morning to be high on not necessarily a list that they're putting together that the Cubs want to move him to, but high interest. So you got 4 major teams there. I don't know how much I believe the Braves side, because if the Braves do it, they're going to be asking for the Cubs to take some money. And if you ask someone to take some money, who do you have to give up? It's going to be one of these pitchers that the Braves don't want to give up. So how much money are they going to take? If they're going to take on a lot of money, I'm okay with giving. I don't even want to name one of the guys right now because I like these young pitchers so much. But if they had to lose one of our top guys down on the farm, I could live with it if it meant that they're going to take on quite a bit of the money and still give us flexibility to go out and add the pitching staff. But the guys that are being rumored in these trades, just so everybody's aware of, it is A.J. Smith-Shawver, it is Hurston Waldrop, and there's a couple of others, but that's what's being rumored right now. I don't really believe all the rumors. I more like to react to what actually happens because I've been doing this for so long. When I first started doing this years ago, I jumped on every rumor. We used to do these shows about it, and they very, very rarely came to fruition. We did break one rumor since we've been doing this show, and it was the porn bots are already in here. Since we've been doing the show, we were the ones that actually broke moments before it happened, the Pablo Sandoval signing to the Red Sox years ago, if you remember that. I had a guy that was in on it, and he shot me a text. He goes, "You can go ahead and say it." It was moments later that actually broke. But everything else, I normally get second and third hand. By the time I see it, I still have some good friends that are in the business, but it's usually minutes after it's already broken on Twitter. So I'm not really in the know. So I don't get into that, trying to chase down leads, because these guys are so damn busy. They don't have time to just placate to me. But as far as the Braves go, I don't believe, I've said this before, I don't believe Max Fried's coming back. I believe Max Fried is the three teams that I have him going to is somewhere in the Northeast. I think it's Red Sox, Yankees, Mets. I think it's most likely. I don't believe that the Dodgers are still on another big arm, considering they just signed Blake Snell. And I don't think Max Fried's going to want to push all his money back. What say you?
I agree with that. The main thing that's going on right now that I'm starting to see is you're watching the Dodgers muddy the waters. Because I was just reading about 3 hours ago, supposedly they offered Juan Soto something northward of $700 million. I don't believe that's a legit offer. It's something the Dodgers did last year with pitchers, and I think they're doing it with fielders this year. They're throwing out this number, and it's going to muddy the water. It's going to muddy the entire marketplace for people like Bellinger. It's going to raise the bar and make it harder for other teams to sign these guys. They're going to have to put out that much more money. So I don't think we're going to see any movement like as far as Bellinger goes, or others like him, Suzuki or Bellinger, until we see what kind of money Soto takes.
Right. Yeah, I think Soto's, as far as predictions, Soto's contract's going to be somewhere between now and Wednesday. We're going to know where Juan Soto's going. Yeah. That's good. Most likely it's going to happen around Sunday night ish. It's normally when these drop when they first get there. But I believe that that's going to be it, because if they keep dragging their feet, it's going to be a situation like last year with Snell and Montgomery, where they go, you know what, screw it. We got things we got to do. And we keep screwing around waiting on you, and his money's going to drop. So he needs to make a decision. I think he does make a decision this weekend going into early next week. But we'll be here to cover it every day next week, 4:15 Central. We're going to have Braves Country Today every single day next week, 4:15 Central. And Doug, if you want to jump in on any of them and react, I'll send you the link, and you'll be able to come in through the back door. All right, let's take a quick step aside real quick as we're going to welcome in Bobby, and it's time for football.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
There's no law against scalping tickets in this part of the country, and premium prices have been paid.
It is the third Saturday in October, and the show is on one more time in Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, here we go. 56-yarder. Does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game.
They're still in deep trouble at midfield. They tackle him. The ball is still loose as they get it to Rodgers. They give it back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going into the end zone. But the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heartrending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep, and I mean touchdown, Florida! Tyree Cleveland in a miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators. It's a 31-30 game, and what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take his shot and win, and I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska. Incomplete.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. One of the great traditions in college football. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. College football. A matchup from the state of Florida.
Moody flush, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Buck back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw on a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 40. Lindsey's got 45, 50, 45, 40. Run, Lindsey. 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey stopped. Lindsey stopped. Lindsey stopped. Well, I can't believe it. 92 yards, and Lindsey really got in a foot race. I broke my chair. I came right through a chair, a metal steel chair with about a 5-inch cushion. I broke it. The booth came apart. The stadium fell down. Now they do have to renovate this thing. They'll have to rebuild it now. I didn't mean to beg Lindsey to run, but I had to. You know, this game has always been called the world's greatest cocktail party. Do you know what is going to happen here tonight and up at St. Simon's and Jekyll Island and all those places? Man, is there going to be some property destroyed tonight.
All right, welcome in. We've got Bobby coming in here. Give me 1 second. Here he is. Bobby, how the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's weird. Evidently that Florida State Florida game never happened last week. That was cool that it got canceled. That's
what you need to hear. Then so be it.
I'm sorry.
If that's what you need to hear, then so be it.
Hey. I'll tell you what, as a Florida State fan, I'm excited about what they're actually doing now. I could not wait for them to get done with that damn game because I was like, the only chance they had of winning that game, we talked about it on the show. They had to play a perfect game. They couldn't turn the ball over. What'd they do? 4 damn turnovers. Like they're not beating anybody in the country 4 turnovers, considering that they turned the ball over that much. I'm actually surprised it wasn't like 60-3, to be honest with you. But anyways, there were some flashes there, but they have been flipping guys left and right on the on the recruiting trail. If people haven't caught it, there's all kinds of stuff out there. We're not going to get into that today, but they have got some surprising ads, and I, for one, am excited about that. But anyways, the cool games. Let's go ahead and start with the cool games as we get ready for what should be one hell of a weekend. You got the NFL winding down. It's the last regular season week of fantasy football, and you've got all the conference championship games. So here we go with the cool games for the final week of the I guess you could call this the postseason. There's still Army-Navy next week, so it's kind of weird how it situates. All right, the cool games. Doug, I'll start with you. What is your cool game of the day?
Cool game?
Excuse me.
Penn State and Oregon. This Penn State playing Oregon, to me, just an old-fashioned game.
So the Big Ten championship, and it's kind of, I don't think it's going to take long. We've talked about this on the show. I don't think it's going to take long at all for them being the powers that be in all the conferences to wake up and realize, other than the smaller conferences, you need to quit having a true championship game. You got to start playing games. You got to have 3 versus 4 or 4 versus 5, whatever they decide for it to be. Maybe the ACC stands with the championship game, maybe the Big 12 championship game. But to me, the Big Ten, it's interesting to see how Penn State will square up. Don't get me wrong. But are you putting your best foot forward knowing you're going to have to play a playoff game in either 1 or 2 weeks, depending on it, if you win that game. So that's to me, the SEC game and the Big Ten championship game fall flat because there's I get it. You are going to get a week. You're going to get your bye week. I get it, but you're already going to get a couple of weeks off. So that's going to come down to the argument of rust versus rest, right? Bobby, what is your cool game of the weekend?
I'm going with the Texas-Georgia game in the SEC championship. I feel like I have to here. I feel like this game will be a little bit more competitive this time around. I don't think Texas is going to boat race them. I like you mentioned it. I'm kind of in the same boat with you about how these games don't quite mean as much as they once did, the conference championship games. But I am still excited to watch them. That bye week could mean a lot. Could give them some extra preparation. So there is still some stuff to play for, and I'm excited to see these two heavyweights go at it.
I'll be interested to see how that plays out. And do we get late in any of these games, the ones where it's assumed that Georgia, Texas, Penn State, Oregon are all going to be in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
Do we get in some of these games where a guy gets a little banged up? He doesn't get injured, but he gets a little banged up, and they go, yeah, let's pull him.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the fans are standing around going, what the hell did I just pay a ticket for, right? So it's, to me, the cool game of the weekend. There's a couple, but I will pick, because it is the night game, I'm going to go with the ACC championship game because I believe it's winning you're in. Lose and you're going to get screwed.
Yeah.
Clemson doesn't deserve to be in if they lose. Don't get me wrong. SMU does deserve, but they're going to get screwed in the end because they're going to give it to Alabama because, once again, like we saw last year, it's a television show.
Yep.
This is just a television show. And if you think that this is anything but a television show, you're really reading the room wrong when it comes to what's going on with college football sports. We saw it last year when Florida State got hosed. It was a television show. They wanted Alabama's brand on there, and they felt like they couldn't put Alabama in if they were going to put Texas in.
Yeah.
So that's what it came down to. It was what they thought were TV ratings. I think they were wrong, but nonetheless, that's why it happened. This year, same thing. Guess what, Miami fans? I know. Really sucks. That's a shame. What's the I wish I had the a video clip of Jerry Seinfeld eating popcorn around going, that's a shame. Miami's getting screwed this year.
I don't
right?
want to laugh because I might be next up if I start making jokes.
Well, no, you're going to be fine because you're in the SEC, right? You're protected.
That's true.
You could make an argument that maybe Ole Miss deserves to be in. Okay. Maybe South Carolina deserves to be in. So yeah, I can see it that way. But Miami's getting screwed out of this mainly because I get it. They don't have a signature win. But then again, they didn't get dragged by Oklahoma. They didn't lose at Vandy, right? As much as Alabama has that key win against Georgia, they've got some ass kickings, some embarrassing games that you're going to tell me that team belongs in the playoffs? No way, no how.
No.
But they're going to continue to do it. It's going to happen, and until they clean it up, and I don't think they will, but until they clean it up, that's why I feel like you should go ahead and say it, that you're going to put X amount of SEC and Big Ten teams in, no more, no less. Okay. And then that way, if we agree with 4 or we agree with 3, I think it'd be 4 because you're going to expand again. If you agree with 4, then you have number 4 versus number 5. That would be a cool game, right?
Yeah.
You should essentially have Alabama and South Carolina playing each other for the right to go to the playoffs. That's what you should have this weekend. But until they do that, this is where we are. Because they want to keep giving you the facade that this is an unbiased committee. I kind of wish they would go back to something similar of the BCS, where it's literally a computer that spits it out, so you know what's going on. I know there were flaws in the BCS, but that was also several years ago. I feel like we could tweak it, and every year that there's something glaring, they go, all right, well, next year we'll add this or we'll retract that. But the human element in that, when I think they're getting money jammed in their pockets in the back room, that would be eliminated. So I'm going to go with the ACC championship game just because if Clemson wins, I'm going to sit here and go, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All of America's going to go, I thought Clemson sucked, and here they are with the freaking bye, and they're in the playoffs, and someone like Miami's not. Someone like South Carolina's not. I really believe South Carolina deserves to be in there.
Mhm.
I know they lost head-to-head, but they have a more impressive resume, in my opinion.
True.
If I was going to go to another one, it would be the Big 12 championship game. That's the noon kickoff tomorrow. That's winning, you're in. Losing, you're gone.
Excited for that one.
And that should be a fun one. All right, let's go ahead and we'll start off with the NFL this week because we're going into college football tonight. If you're just joining us and you want to rewind, we did our baseball talk earlier. Now we're doing college football and pro football picks, and at 8 p.m. Eastern, kickoff of the AAC championship right here, play-by-play. All right, here we go. We're going to go into – I guess we'll go ahead and get the stupid underdogs out.
There's no need to fear.
Stupid.
Underdog is here.
Stupid.
Underdog.
Stupid.
All right, stupid underdogs. And Doug, you go first because we've got a hockey game tonight. The way it was explained to me, they're going to throw teddy bears or stuffed animals on the ice, and it goes to charity. And I guess he's taking the kids and everything like that, so it should be a fun thing. I should have seen if he wanted to throw some of my Florida State crap on the ice. I got to get rid of all the freaking curse that's on it. Doug, where are you going with your stupid underdog? You get the first pick. I'll go ahead and put the thing on the screen that lets everybody know where we're at. Or do I even have it up? All right, Doug, you go ahead and make your pick, and I'll pull it down. I thought
my underdog pick is. I was just gonna say my underdog pick tonight is I'm going to take Western Kentucky to beat JV State.
Jacksonville State.
Yep.
I can tell Doug did his homework on this one. JV State.
I know. I always say I always
pull in on that bet, man. Let me tell you.
All I was going to say is Western Kentucky in conference play is they've only allowed 13 points against them while they've averaged 30. So I got Western Kentucky winning their championship tonight.
Okay, so Doug has the Western Kentucky game at +4.
State.
Actually, Western Kentucky's getting the 4. That's the Conference USA championship game. First of all, you could have given me 50 guesses. I would have not known that was a possibility for the Conference USA championship. Like in my mind, like there's other teams in the Conference USA way back. They've shuffled the deck so much it's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea that was a possibility until I looked at it this week. Jacksonville State can play Western Kentucky for some kind of conference title. And there's some dope somewhere right now on this app going, the winner of that deserves a championship in the playoffs. Anyways, I'm going to go to the National Football League because if I'm going to catch Bobby, it is the only way I can do it. So I am going to throw. You talk about a dart throw? We going to throw some darts around here. Where's that game at? Is it 1 o'clock? It must be 1 o'clock.
I'm guessing you're going with Carolina.
I'm going with them Panthers, baby. I'm going with the Carl. I'm going with the Carl Panthers. Plus 13.5. Because if I'm gonna swing I'll clean that up. If I'm gonna go big or go home, I'm gonna go ahead and take the Panthers because hey, you never know. The Eagles might be smelling themselves a little bit. That's the way I'm going with this.
The Panthers they've looked solid lately.
They have, and there's not much. There's not a big spread to come close to catching you. Yeah. So I have to try to shoot my shot.
I respect it.
Man, I'll tell you what, that game gets close. Y'all gonna get some texts because I'm going to a Christmas party Sunday afternoon, so I'm gonna be full of all kinds of liquids around that time period.
You're gonna have to update me on it because I certainly won't be watching it. That's for sure.
Oh man, I'm gonna be locked in. I'm actually bringing my phone with me in an earbud so I can watch games I want to watch. And here's the irony: do you know what game we're gonna go watch?
What's that?
Though I'm a Titans fan, we're gonna go watch the Titans versus Jacksonville Jaguars at this guy's house that he's the boss and he's throwing the party, right? And he's a big Jag supporter, mainly because what he does, they do a lot of stuff with the Jaguars. It's a lot of interaction with the Jaguars throughout the year. So that's become his team. But I really don't care about that game.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm gonna have to lay some bones on it just to make it interesting, right?
Yeah, it's hard to get excited for Will Levis and Mac Jones going ahead.
Right. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, I'm probably going to be watching Red Zone or some game that has gotten close on my phone from the NFL ticket. I'm like,
anytime I'm out during that noon slate in the NFL, I always have Red Zone on my phone.
I was like, can we not have done this tomorrow night? Right?
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my stupid underdog, the Panthers, plus 13.5. Probably not much of a chance, but whatever. I don't see it getting much. The only way I'm going to make some kind of run is if I make stupid plays like that and they actually catch up. What you got, Bobby?
Well, hopefully I can extend my lead with this pick. I'm going to the NFL as well. I'm going Browns plus 6.5 versus the Steelers. You never know what you're going to get out of Jameis week to week, even play by play. And the Steelers, I think they've looked great this year. They've exceeded expectations, but I still think they're a beatable team. And you never know what happens with these divisional matchups. A lot of weird outcomes. So I'm going to go with the Browns plus 6.5 here and see if they can win, if not cover.
It's so wild because what did he throw? 3 interceptions last week?
Yeah.
But he also threw for almost 500 yards.
Yeah. I think he had like 4 touchdowns as well.
Yeah, so like if you had him in fantasy, you were dancing, even though he didn't really have that great of a game. Yeah. But one thing about James, he ain't scared, man.
He will sling it.
He's gonna whip it around. He's gonna figure it out, and if he doesn't figure it out, whatever, dude.
I saw someone talking about how he seems to have like the shortest memory amongst NFL quarterbacks. Like he doesn't get rattled by what happened the drive before. I think he threw a pick six the next drive or something. He threw a pick six and then a few drives later, right after I'm blanking, right after someone had a big score, I forget who, but he threw like a 90-yard bomb to Jerry Jeudy. It's the guy's so hot and cold. It's crazy.
Well, it was right after Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Hits deep pass. Who the hell?
That's right. I didn't know if it was after the pick six or after the.
It was. I want to say it's the very next play. If it wasn't the very next play after the kickoff, it was right there.
So ridiculous.
There's Brian in the chat. Good to see you, Brian. What's it feel like knowing that you're getting screwed out of the playoffs there, Hurricane Boy? It's your turn. Now you understand. All right, let's go to the National Football League as it is time to make our picks there, and then we switch back to college football here on the Kickoff Show. We got Army versus Tulane coming up the top of the hour for those of y'all listening on external radio and can't see everything that's all over the screen. Here we go, the National Football League. All right, the NFL. I don't really care who goes first. Who went first on the stupid underdog? Doug. So I guess we'll give Bobby the first on the NFL picks. Now these are different if this is first time watching the show. If Bobby likes a game and I like a game and Doug likes a game, there's nothing stopping us for all of us going all in. With the stupid underdog, if it's taken, you're screwed. Or you be like Bobby, you sit back in the weeds and pick Vanderbilt all damn year, and you end up.
I only picked him.
All of us dumbasses going. I think
I got Florida a couple times too.
Give the Seminoles.
Full state.
Yeah. There's no way Oklahoma's going to upset Alabama, so give me
oh my God.
Week after week. All right, Bobby, what is your first pick in the NFL against the spread?
My first pick, I'm going to the Monday Night Football game between the Bengals and the Cowboys. The Bengals have a very poor defense, but they also have a really electric offense. I think they'll be able to put points on the board, and I think their defense is bad enough that the Cowboys will be able to keep up with them for at least some of the game. And I think the Bengals are going to end up running away with it later in the game. But I think this will get up really high scoring. I think it'll be like a 40 to 20 something game. Bengals win. So yeah, give me the over in that one at 49.5. I feel good about that.
Okay. So Bobby's going with Cincinnati and Dallas over 49.5.
Sure.
Yeah, as high as that number is, it doesn't feel like enough.
Yeah.
It really doesn't. Even with Cooper Rush, he's not been playing bad, to be honest. And I've actually watched the games, not just watching the scoreboard. Cooper Rush, man, he's solid. You don't want to build a franchise around him. But as far as the backups go, he might be the best backup in all of the NFL, and it may not be particularly close. He hits his targets on the run. Is he perfect? No, if he's perfect, he'd be out there as a starter. But he's not like your typical backup where you're like, all right, hand the ball off, 3rd and 9, swing pass, or basically what the Jaguars do every week. All right, Doug, what you got as your first NFL game?
My first one is I got the Chargers and the Chiefs. When can somebody tell me the last time the Chiefs ever covered a spread? So I'm taking the Chargers to cover +5. That Chargers defense and the way the Chiefs looked last week against my Raiders, that it had to come down to a Raiders brain fart last week. These are not last year's Chiefs at all. They can't cover a spread. They can't cover anything. They're lucky. They'll win by a field goal. They'll win by 2 points. But the Chargers are going to give them everything they got, and I believe the Chargers will actually win this game.
I'm showing on ESPN Bet +4 right now.
+4, yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, +4.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well.
Okay. For some reason, I thought you said 5, so I just wanted to double check that. Denver +4.
I said their average spread against other teams is like 5 to 5.5.
Okay, sorry.
Brian's a Bengals fan, right?
Yes.
I would hope you have a better outcome than that against the Cowboys, man. Predicting 41-14. I'd hope you have better luck than that against the Cowboys.
They better wake up, man.
Yeah, I think playoffs. It's looking like playoffs are out of the picture. I mean, they could. I don't want to predict them to run the table. Their defense is atrocious, but I mean, the games. Some of the games I've watched from the Bengals this year, it sucks knowing they won't be in the playoffs with how good that offense is.
Well, that's the problem.
At least.
That's the problem. Is that evidently football is a offensive and defensive game.
Yeah,
you can't just have one as well. And if you're looking at the playoffs right now, where the Bengals sit, they're 4-8. The last one looking in is 8-5 with Denver.
My goodness,
that's not happening.
Season over, which sucks for me because I have a lot of Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow in fantasy.
Well, that doesn't mean that they won't continue to play well during the fantasy season.
Yeah, but I could just see them. I could see them slowing down as the season goes on.
I got Jamar Chase. Relax. We're not making Jamar Chase early December. Calm it down.
They're going to still have 50 a game.
Honestly, looking at the AFC playoff picture, barring a collapse, it's over. Denver's sitting there at 8-5. Baltimore's 8-5.
Yeah.
Chargers are 8-4. The closest teams to them, Indianapolis and Miami, are sitting with 7 losses. That's a big. I'm not saying it's out of it's impossible, but that's going to take a monumental collapse from one of those teams that I just mentioned.
It's hard to imagine the Ravens
for the Dolphins or the Colts to get in the playoffs in Cincinnati, and they're sitting there with 8 losses. That's just brutal. We need Cleveland to get into the playoffs because Jameis Winston being interviewed on the sidelines and post-gaming in playoff football, that's what we all want for Christmas, right?
That would be something.
It's not happening. My first
run the table, James.
I'm sorry, do what?
Run the table, Jameis.
They'd still be 8-9.
Yeah.
I don't think that gets them in.
AFC's loaded.
Yeah.
Top at least.
My first NFL pick, I'm going to do a same game money line with the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Tennessee Titans. Give me Tennessee on the money line, and I'm going to couple it with the over of 33. So Tennessee and Jacksonville over 33 and the Titans to win. That will play out for a +100 parlay. I put it together on the Hard Rock Bet, and it actually comes out. I just think both teams are going to score some points, and I believe Tennessee is going to take care of Jacksonville. Neither team's very good, but Jacksonville, no Trevor Lawrence. They're going to be in Nashville. It's going to be cold. I just don't see that turning out well. All right, Doug, what you got on your second NFL pick?
My second one got the Jets and the Dolphins. Take the Jets 6. Usually this time of year with the Jets and Dolphins divisional game, it's going to be a brutal game. Dolphins are going to win, but I think they'll only win by a field goal.
If that game was in New York, I'd like that. I like that even more.
Yeah.
When I saw that tempted me. I saw that line.
So we're going 6 points?
Yeah.
Yep.
Jets plus 6.
Jets plus 6.
Yep.
I'm probably more likely to take that game in the Bucks game and put that on a teaser to where the Dolphins and the Bucks just have to win the game.
I like that.
All right, so Jets plus 6, man. Just hold your nose and hope for the best on that one if you're betting that one, because Aaron Rodgers on the road, man, he looks his age.
Yeah.
He actually looks 15 years older.
The Jets, they killed me last week. I needed them to beat the Seahawks, and they were up for most of that game. They blew it.
Yeah, because you're
huge for us in the division.
Here's the thing with that is we've got the Jets are coming back down, traveling down to Miami. Miami, I know they look terrible in the Green Bay game.
Yeah.
But they got 10 days off in between the Green Bay game and then coming home. And if there is a pulse in this Dolphin team, we better see it on Sunday.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there is a pulse on this team, but I'm saying if there's a pulse.
We'll see if Mike McDaniel still has that locker room. Is what it is.
What do we got next? We got Bobby.
Back to me. I'm gonna go with same as my stupid underdog pick. I have this as one of my 6-pack picks as well. I'm gonna go Browns plus 6.5 versus Steelers. Just thinking these divisional games, I think they'll be able to keep it close enough. I think this could be a slugfest of game. The Steelers have been scoring a lot, but I think it'll be a more reasonable scoreboard in this one. So I'm gonna say the Browns keep it within a touchdown.
I'm so on the fence on what I've got a league where I don't necessarily have to win, but it'd be nice to get the win because it would just give me better positioning. I'm going to get the bye no matter what, but I'd be the 1 seed, not the 2 seed. Not that that really matters, but sometimes you just do it. And the biggest question I have is, do you start Russell Wilson or who the hell was the other guy? I can't remember. It was Will Levis, Russell Wilson, and then there was a third one. I'm trying to think of who it was, but none of them are like, I could see that game being high scoring.
Yeah.
But you would think it wouldn't be because it's in Pittsburgh and it's a divisional game.
Yeah.
But Cleveland has given up big ass plays like we just talked about.
That's true.
And
they've
so
got some big plays of their own too.
I'm leaning to Russell Wilson, but I'm not loving it.
Yeah, that'd probably be my choice amongst the two. Maybe I don't know who the third one is, but
I can't.
It come
to me in a second, but it was someone I was like, ugh.
Yeah. Same thing like Levis. I'd go with Russ.
It wasn't anything great. I know that. I might have to pull up the league to remember it. My next NFL pick will be I am taking the Miami Dolphins. What is the line right now? It is 6. Damn. Well, when I wrote it down, it was 5.5, but I'll still take it. Miami minus 6. I'm going against Doug. Everything that I just laid out about them having an extra few days off. They're coming home. They're probably fired up after getting embarrassed. They're going to be in Miami and not in Green Bay. Assuming that the weather is above 50 degrees down there in Miami this weekend, they're going to be all right, and they should cover the spread. Doug, what is your next pick?
Oh, my next pick is the Bears and the 49ers. I'm taking the under at I believe it's 43.5. I'm taking the under. You got the 49ers who are basically almost like the Walking Dead. They're limp, they're hurt, and Bears offensively are terrible anyway. any given week. So give me the under in this game.
That seems like a really high line for the total in that game.
I think the reason why it's so high is because San Francisco's defense has been so bad.
Yeah.
But I get it.
So,
if I was going to go one way or the other, I'd be grabbing the under.
Yeah, Bears are a mess.
The Bears are a mess. The 49ers are limpy at best.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because I would have liked to seen a healthy San Francisco 49er team go into the playoffs and see if they could get back and do we get a rematch and blah, blah, blah. That's not happening. Bobby, what's your last NFL pick before we flip over to college football picks?
My last NFL pick, I'm going to the Eagles-Panthers game, and I'm going to take the over in the point total. It's at 45.5. Panthers in their last 4 games, they put up 20. Eagles, they've been solid on offense as well. They're a big favorite in this game. I think this will be a high-scoring game. I think the Panthers are going to they're going to get in the end zone 2-3 times. I think they'll continue that streak of putting up 20-plus points. I could also see a reality where the Eagles are up huge, and the Panthers get some garbage time points. So I think this will go over 45.5 regardless of how the game plays out.
All right. I am going to go back to the state of Florida. I was on the fence. I was almost going to take the one that I had jotted down was the Falcons team total over. It's 19.5. I think you're getting a low number there because they played so poorly last week. I don't think you're going to get, was it 3 or 4 interceptions from Kirk Cousins this week? But I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to take the Bucs at home minus 6.5 against the Raiders. The Raiders going across the country. They're 2-10. I would think that close call last week against the Panthers will wake up Baker Mayfield a little bit, and they won't play with their food, and maybe they'll pull this off in somewhere like a 10 to 14 point victory. So that's my last pick. Let's go ahead and hit the college football picks as we are pushing up against time. All right. Doug went first in the NFL, right?
Yep.
So, Bobby, what you got in the college football? Give us your first pick.
My first pick, I'm going to go Oregon minus 3.5 versus Penn State in the Big Ten title game. I think Oregon, they've been fantastic. I think the best team in the country right now. And I think Penn State, they've had some games where their offense looked atrocious this year. I think Oregon, I think Oregon's going to shut them down on both sides of the ball. I think they'll win by a lot more than 3.5. So give me them.
I would love to know why you were thinking Dolphins when you're.
I don't know why. I couldn't even tell you that in all honesty. I'm trying to think of
Dolphins.
Did I look at something? It might have been. You know what? I have the chat pulled up because I'm putting in the locks. That might be it. They just
maybe because Oregon and their current the current Dolphin uniforms are both atrocious, and they should just. Man, the other day the Dolphins had the old school ones on. Man, I can't help it. I get stuck watching. I'm like, man, God, dog it. Could you go back to those and stop the nonsense? And while you're at it, Patriots, we want the old school red ones with the. I forget what they gave the guy's name, but Tommy Patriot, whatever the hell his name is, on the helmet. Doug, what you got on your first college football pick?
Same game with Penn State and Oregon. I'm taking the under in this game. Penn State, defensively, I think they're one of the best defensive programs in the country. They played Ohio State close, and I think they're going to play Oregon close. Take the under. It's going to be a low-scoring game.
All right, I'm going to double down with Bobby. I've got Oregon minus 3.5. I feel like this line should be a little higher.
Yeah.
I really
That's
do.
a little bit tricky. Yeah.
I feel like it would be like 6.5, 6.5, something like that. It seems strange. Nothing against Penn State. Penn State's had a good season, a very good season. But Oregon's been really impressive.
Yeah.
And maybe it's the factor that I'm assuming they're still playing this in Indianapolis, that the Penn State's a little closer to home, but I would think Oregon fans are going to show up in droves considering this is their first Big Ten championship, right?
Absolutely.
All right, Bobby, back to you. What is your second college football pick?
My second college football pick, I got Iowa State and Arizona State going over 50.5 total points. Both of these offenses have had some big games. They're a couple of high-powered offenses. I like what Kenny Dillingham's done with Arizona State. Also, Cam Scatterbo, he's incredible for Arizona State. He's a great running back. I think it's going to be a high-scoring back-and-forth game, and I think it'll go well clear of 50.5.
50.5 on the over. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm assuming that is being played in Texas, Jerry's World.
Let's see. It is. Yep. Yeah, it's AT&T Stadium.
So to me, that even more leans to, because you don't have to worry about the weather, right?
Yeah. Only thing I got to worry about is the sun getting in people's eyes.
If that's why you're not catching passes in the championship game, oh, you got problems. Doug, what you got on your second college football pick?
My second one, I've got the Tulane Army game tonight. I think the 12th man in this game is going to be the weather. It's going to be extremely cold tonight, which I think favors Army. You got Tulane Green Wave. They're going to be more like the Tulane Icebergs. Army's a lot tougher in these conditions. I think overall they're a more of a tougher team than Tulane. Tulane just they'll play well, but Army's going to win this game. Take Army in the 5 points.
Army plus 5, and that's actually gone up a point since yesterday when I took Army. So that's makes me a little nervous. Was there an injury that I haven't seen in the last 20 minutes? But it has jumped a point.
I'm seeing 5.5 for Army's getting 5.5.
Wow, 5.5. Doug?
That's up from just a couple of hours ago. It was just 5.
Yeah.
Which isn't bad. I'm a little less if it was a 6. 6 is the perfect, I think.
Maybe there's really drunk Tulane alumni just throwing money on. I don't know. Seems strange. I thought the line would actually come back closer to Army because they are the home team, and like Doug said, it should be cold weather up there. In the AAC championship game, the higher slotted team hosts it.
Yep.
When Tulane lost last week and Army won, that punched Army's ticket to be able to host the championship game. I kind of like that, to be honest with you. Does it always have? Does the SEC always have to be in Atlanta? Does the Big Ten always have to be in Indianapolis? It'd be kind of cool for them for you to be fighting to host it, but whatever. My second pick for the college football. What do I have down here? Give me Boise State. What are we sitting at? 4.5 minus 4.5. Give me Boise State minus 4.5. The winner goes to the playoffs. Boise State, man, it should be cold up there. I have not been particularly impressed with UNLV when I watch UNLV play. I don't see how they're going to hang with Boise State. Boise State's had a couple of scares, but I think they're going to be locked in and absolutely gunning for this. I don't see how you leave them out. The question I would have, because they're not locked in, it's the highest Group of 5 champion, right? But UNLV beats Boise State. Army beats Tulane. Is there a way for Army to sneak their way in there?
It's possible.
That'd be really cool if the voters said, you know what? How many opportunities are we going to have a service academy to be able to do it?
It's true.
I'd be man. If I was a writer and you had a vote, I'd have those bastards up at like, I don't know if I'd give them the number 1 vote, but I guarantee I'd give them like second or third just to tilt it.
Yep.
All right. What you got on your last college football pick, Bobby?
My last pick, I'm going to the SEC championship game, my cool game of the week, and I'm going with Texas to cover at minus 2.5. I have another favorite winning. I think Texas is just a much better team. This isn't the Georgia team that we've known over the last 2-3 years. Carson Beck, I think he's outmatched by Quinn Ewers as well. I'm not a big Quinn Ewers fan, but I think he's a much better quarterback than Carson Beck. I said this earlier. I don't think it's going to be a blowout quite like it was in the first game, but I think Texas gets out of there winning by about a touchdown.
It doesn't bother you that Georgia went in there and actually absolutely dragged them in Texas earlier in the year? Or do you think that actually works against Georgia?
I'm sorry, I was mixing it up. I think, well, it's hard to beat two teams. It's hard to beat a team twice in 1 year. Sorry, I completely mixed that up. My bad. My memory on that was poor. But yeah, either way, I think Texas is right now they're a better team. I trust Quinn Ewers a lot better than Carson Beck. Lately, he's been very poor. I think Texas is a much better team right now all around. That Georgia defense has a lot more holes in it than it has in the past. And yeah, it's hard to beat a team twice in 1 year.
Yeah, it is. I just that's what's had me on the fence all week. So what I saw with my own eyes was Georgia was a much better football team, but that was several weeks ago, and they're playing for a second time. If this was the first time they were playing, I would be going all in on Georgia with the idea that Texas hasn't seen Georgia, right? Yeah. But you do wonder. The one pushback I'll have on it is Texas has played an incredibly easy schedule. So are they battle tested? I don't know.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of ranked teams on that schedule.
Doug, what is your final college football pick?
My final one is I'm going back to my underdog pick. Western Kentucky, Jacksonville State. Take Western Kentucky. Take the points. They win their championship.
You love this game.
It's just games that people don't care about, but sometimes you get some of your best football watching these small schools play sometimes, and that's why I get a kick out of it.
Sure.
And if Western Kentucky wins, I hope they get a championship bid. I'm joking, of course, but
Doug has done a lot of research on this, and he really likes Wiki over Jiv State. Okay, my final one. I'm doing a teaser, and let me see what I have it jotted down here. Bobby was making me feel bad about this teaser now, but I'm sticking with it. Give me the Georgia Bulldogs, and give me the Clemson SMU over. So where are we sitting at with Georgia? What's the line we have right now with Georgia? Is it 2.5? 2?
Yeah.
2.5?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me, so that's going to take Georgia to an 8.5, and that's going to take the Clemson SMU over will go down to 40. Was that 49.5?
Okay.
And I think Club Look is going to move the ball on this SMU defense. I feel like SMU is the better team, and I want to see SMU win because I think it'll be more fun to watch them in the playoffs. But I'm not convinced that they're going to beat Clemson because that defense is questionable. But I don't see how this game stays low scoring. And I get it; it's in Charlotte. We might get some cold, wet weather, but I have my doubts on this. What is y'all's feeling on this ACC championship game, Clemson SMU? If you were taking a side 2.5, which isn't much, it's almost a pick 'em with that SMU and Clemson. Are you leaning more Clemson because they're essentially sitting? They just have to go right up the road to Charlotte, or are you going with SMU, who's going to have to go? That's not quite across the country, but it's a pretty good haul, and it's going to be. They're going to be facing a much better defense than they faced all season, I believe.
Yeah, that's going to be the tough thing is if they can get the ball going against this Clemson defense. It's the toughest team they played this year. That's what gives me trouble really confidently picking them here. So, and Clemson's the team that's been in this. I know their players currently haven't a whole lot, but Clemson's the team that's been in these situations a lot more.
So if you're going on the pick, are you leaning Clemson or are you leaning SMU?
I'll go Clemson.
It's interesting. If you like Clemson to win the game, just a little pro tip. I was looking at this. So you're going to get like a plus 120 for Clemson to win?
Yeah.
If you believe SMU will be left out of the playoffs if they lose, which is probable. You can bet right now SMU plus 300 to miss the playoffs. So as opposed to just basically doubling your money, you're talking about times 3, man. That's a big so that's kind of like that backdoor.
Yeah.
Bet. If you really believe that it's smarter to bet on SMU to miss the playoffs if you think Clemson's going to win.
Now, I guess what if it's a high scoring back and forth game, SMU loses by a point in like triple overtime? What do you do then? SMU, can the cards still fall their way? Can they still squeak into the playoffs?
I don't think it will. I think it should, but I don't think it will. I think it's total horse crap.
Yeah.
If Clemson loses, they don't belong in. I get that.
No. Yeah.
So this isn't a put 2 ACC teams in because I'm a Florida State fan. It's got nothing to do with that. But if SMU loses, and it's like you just described, but will they put SMU after a loss in over the Alabama Crimson Tide? That's the question. Do you believe that? I don't.
I'm going to have to go with what the committee's done all the time in the past. Put Bama in.
If you do, then the backdoor pay downs are real because SMU's got oil money, buddy. They got the ante. I see your Alabama money, and we're gonna raise it to J.R. Ewing oil type of money. That would be my only pushback on that. All right, it's time for us to get into the. Well, we don't really have any fantasy talk. Although, real quick, fantasy football wise, do y'all have any big takes on this weekend? As far as see if anyone wants to chime in with any questions, I'll keep an eye on that. But do you have any big takes this weekend as far as guys that you're riding with, guys that you're not, et cetera, et cetera?
Let's look at the matchups here.
Because one of the let me pull that up. See what a team. Because I'm telling you, there was someone that I was on the fence about, and I'm like, I just don't know if I'm going to do that. It seems really dumb, but at the same token, see, I believe it is in this league. If it is, let me see. Do I have the guy? Oh, was it the Baker Mayfield?
I think if you're holding on to some Eagles players, I mean, this could be a big week for you. I think they'll light up the scoreboard against Carolina. Let's see, what other games are high scoring?
Okay, I got it. It was Justin Herbert was the other guy. So the idea is Kansas City's secondary is not ranked that high, but Justin Herbert going into Kansas City at night, probably cold. Do we trust him? Because I'm going to need a big score, because what it is, like I said, it has nothing to do with me making the playoffs or not. It has to do with the fact that I've got to outscore this guy by about 35, 40 points. So who's more likely to have the big game, Justin Herbert or Russell Wilson? And I still kind of feel like it's Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
At home against Cleveland.
Yeah.
I have nothing to base this on.
I mean, I could see this the Steelers game playing out either a low-scoring, sloppy, defensive-heavy game, or I could see the Steelers and Browns trading big plays and then running up the scoreboard kind of like they did last week against the Bengals. That's a tough one.
Because I have Jaden Daniels in this league, and obviously he's on a bye. So this isn't who I'm riding with in the playoffs. I'm going Jaden Daniels, and we'll sink or swim when it comes back around.
I would go Russ. I'd go Russell Wilson.
That's what I think too, because everything that I look at, everyone's telling me, screw it, go Russ.
Well, there's been so many Chiefs games this year where they've, it's been a close neck and neck game where
Doug's trying to pick up Russell Wilson right now, but Doug, I've already got him in that league, so you can't screw me. I know exactly what you're doing. Anytime you lean forward into the camera, I can see a reflection off your glasses, and it's.
No wonder he's being so quiet. He was trying to go.
He's like, I got him. I'm not playing you, Doug. This isn't a league where I'm playing you. But anyways, it was one of those things. I think, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to go Russ, because I don't want to stay up and watch the game Sunday night.
Yeah.
I'm going to be pounding beers on Sunday morning. I might as well go ahead and go Russell and let's roll.
Well, and then the Chiefs haven't gotten into a whole lot of like shootout games this year. There hasn't been a whole
That's
lot of those.
the thing is that you're more likely to get a chance for short fields because of Jameis throwing interceptions as opposed to these methodical, long, almost Army offense type of drives where they suck all the life out of the ball, and you get in what Justin Herbert might get 6 possessions the entire game. So that's my other thinking of it is that, and Ladd McConkey, he's banged up, he's hurt. Who the hell's he throwing to? So, anyways, on to the rest of the story. Let's get your locks and your one big thing. Bobby, we'll start with you. What is your lock of the week and the one big thing?
I'm having a tough time with my lock. There's a few ones I'm looking at that I want to do. I'll go with that Iowa State, Arizona State over sitting at 50.5. I think that'll be a high scoring back and forth game. I think I'm going to pick Arizona State to get it done too. I'm excited for that one a lot, and winner gets in the playoffs as well. That'll be a fun game. I'm going to go over 50.5 as my lock.
All right, Doug, what is your lock? Doug, are you muted?
Lost Doug.
I don't know how that happened. Right. I don't know why.
Trying to go steal Russell Wilson one of those leagues.
Yeah,
Tried to hide the keyboard clicking.
He tried to pick up. He muted himself.
Anyway, my lock is still taking that under in that the Penn State Oregon game.
Under Penn State Oregon.
Yep.
What's that number again?
50.5.
50.5. Man, that's a one's going over, one's going under 50.5. 2 different games. That's a little wild. Let me see. Did I actually pick a lock on that? No, I didn't actually pick it. So let me go ahead and go with my lock. Honestly, Oregon minus 3.5. I just don't see how in the hell Oregon loses that game. There's a couple other that I like, but I feel the best about the Oregon minus 3.5. Do you see Penn State, Oregon coming down to a field goal? No. So I feel like Oregon's either going to win by a couple of scores or Penn State's going to shock them.
Yeah.
But I don't see it where Oregon squeaks us out by 2 or 3 points.
I think Oregon would have to turn the ball over a whole bunch, and Penn State would have to play a lights out defensive performance.
Or we're massively misreading Penn State, and they're going to hand it to them. And if so, 3.5 is not going to do me one bit of good.
I just know what I saw against Ohio State, and I don't have a whole lot of faith in that Penn State team to beat Oregon.
Brian said that Doug muted himself so we wouldn't hear the clicking. I know better than to bring something up if I don't already have the player in our leagues. And I'm not bringing. I'll never go. Guys, I want to think about picking up a guy because I know Doug's going to go. All of a sudden, we're going to lose Doug for 5 minutes. He's going to dip out of the chat, and he'll have. I know better than that. Doug, what is your one big thing?
One big thing. I'm still thinking about Western Kentucky. What would be wrong with a college playoff system where you had the 10 championship winners, and then just have 10 non-championship winners in the top 20, which would guarantee that we would see Western Kentucky every year.
If you did that, Notre Dame would be left out this year because they're not a conference champion. And if you only have a couple of at-large bids, they're probably going to give it to Penn State or Oregon or Georgia or Texas. Yep. That's the problem. No, let's be honest. They're going to give it to Alabama. They're going to jump everybody. Everybody's just like, Alabama has to get. They got to put Alabama in. You can't have a conference. You can't have playoffs on Alabama in there.
I think we should just give Alabama a playoff spot at the beginning of every year. Just have them clinch it.
That's what they've done. That's what I said back in August.
I say just do that, and then we don't have to have this conversation anymore. They
could have a losing record, and they're going to find out a way.
True enough.
All right. What is your one big thing, Bobby?
My one big thing is Oregon and Texas. I think they hold down the top spots. I think they get wins over Penn State and Georgia, and then win their conference championships in their first year in the new conferences too.
My one big thing that'll happen this weekend is I do believe in my heart of hearts that SMU knows they have to win that or they're out. And so SMU is going to punch their ticket and get a bye. And how fun of an atmosphere will that be? SMU, if y'all haven't watched SMU game at home, they still kind of play in a rinky-dink college football stadium. That's going to change in the near future. But SMU punches their ticket, which means that SMU will get a bye, and we could get SMU versus Alabama in the second round. Because even if Alabama loses, they're going to put them in.
Okay.
They're going to put them in. Go, what do you mean? We just beat Alabama. Yeah, but let's be real. Alabama has a tougher way to get there, so it doesn't matter if they lose head-to-head. You still lose a playoff game. All right, we're going to step aside. Kickoff is coming your way, top of the hour. Y'all have a great one. Great job, guys, and good luck to everybody, unless you're playing me in fantasy. Woo!
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
There's no law against scalping tickets in this part of the country, and premium prices have been paid.
It is the third Saturday in October, and the show is on one more time in Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right, here we go. 56-yarder. It's got, no, does not have the leg. And Chris Davis takes it in the back of the end zone. He'll run it out to the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 45. There goes Davis. Oh, my God. Davis is going to run it all the way back. Auburn's going to win the football game. Auburn's going to win the football game.
They're still in deep trouble at midfield. They tackle him. The ball is still loose as they get it to Rodgers. They give it back now to the 30. They're down to the 20. Oh, the band is out on the field. He's going to go into the end zone. He's going into the end zone. But the bands are out on the field. There were flags all over the place. The most amazing, sensational, dramatic, heart-rending, exciting, thrilling finish in the history of college football. California.
In trouble in the backfield, wants to throw now, and he's going to go deep. And I mean deep, and I mean touchdown, Florida!
Tyree Cleveland in a miracle finish. A Hail Mary that's full of grace for the Gators. It's a 31-30 game, and what does Nebraska do?
I have not seen the kicker come on the field, and I don't think he's coming on the field. Tom Osborne made this decision a long time ago. He's decided to go for two and take his shot at winning. I commend him for it.
This is for the national championship for Nebraska. Incomplete.
Here come the Seminoles of Florida State. One of the great traditions in college football. And Chief Osceola ready to get it started. College football. A matchup from the state of Florida.
Moody flush, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Buck back, third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Going to throw and a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 40. Lindsey's got 45, 50, 45, 40. Run, Lindsey. 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Well, I can't believe it. 92 yards, and Lindsey really got in a foot race. I broke my chair. I came right through a chair, a metal steel chair with about a 5-inch cushion. I broke it. The booth came apart. The stadium fell down. Now they do have to renovate this thing. They'll have to rebuild it now. I didn't mean to beg Lindsey to run, but I had to. You know, this game has always been called the world's greatest cocktail party. Do you know what is going to happen here tonight and up at St. Simon's and Jekyll Island and all those places? Man, is there going to be some property destroyed tonight.
evening. We are just about set for kickoff of the AAC Championship game between the Tulane Green Wave and the Army Black Knights. Army comes in ranked number 24 in the land, 10-1. Tulane is 9-3. Tulane is a 5-point favorite, 45 degrees. Or, excuse me, I have the weather on my mind. 45.5 is the over-under. We're going to check the weather one more time to see what the forecast is. I've been looking at it all day long as we expect kind of a chilly atmosphere up here in West Point, New York. And it is 30 degrees right now, and they're expecting it not to dip too bad. Earlier, they were talking about very low 20s. It looks like it'll get down to about 28 degrees by the end of the game. And with all that being said, Army, who likes to run the ball, they're not going to be as affected. Tulane could be. The wind isn't too bad. We're talking about 7 to 10 miles an hour. So really ideal conditions as far as the wind goes. That's normally what I really look at when it comes to these types of matchups. But really what you're looking at with these two teams is going to be a battle of the two strengths that they're going to try to impose on each other. Tulane wants to turn this into a shootout. Army wants a 12, 15 play drive that eats up the clock, churns up the clock. And when Tulane has the ball, make them feel like they've got to be almost perfect, because Tulane's defense has been suspect over the year. Army, I'm a little surprised that that line keeps going up. It's a 5.5 right now on the ESPN Bet app. And we'll keep you up to date on things going on around college football, as well as this game. UNL and Boise State, the Mountain West Championship game has just kicked off, and Jacksonville State has a 14-3 lead over Western Kentucky. We're also going to go over the lines for tomorrow's games, as college football conference championship weekend is here. Should be a fun one, as you got the SEC championship game, you got the Big Ten, the ACC, everyone eyeing the college football playoffs. We're going to step aside for a quick second, get ready for Army, Tulane, Black Knights versus the Green Wave. Here we are ready for kickoff. Army is kicking off. The kick is high and deep to Tulane. Will be returned out to about the 23-yard line. On the return, Rayshawn Pleasant, and the Tulane Green Wave will set up shop. First possession of the game for either team. The AAC Championship game is underway. Please hit that like button and subscribe. If you're listening on radio, you want to jump into the chat. It's Braves Country Radio, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Tulane, they are wearing green helmets, green pants, white shirts, and green lettering. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the handoff up the middle, and Mekhi Hughes will gain of about 5 at second and about 5. The Army Black Knights are wearing black jerseys, black pants, black helmets, top to bottom. Lettering in gold, outlined in white. Under center, Darian Mensah. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the left-hand side, and Hughes will get themselves a Tulane Greenway first down.
Go, Greenway. Way, get loud. Yell it. Go, Greenway.
First and 10, ball at the 35-yard line. Mackay Hughes in the backfield. Darian Mensah, pistol set. Two receivers low, one high. Here's the snap. Hand off to Hughes once again, and he will gut the Army Black Knights for about a 7, maybe a 6-yard gain. It'll be second about 4. Second and 4. $13:27 on the clock. Tulane with a substitution, so they'll have to give time for Army to do the same. 12 seconds on the play clock. Single back set shotgun formation. Play action pass. Thrown over to the right-hand side. The catch is made by Chris Rogers, and he's going to scoot his way down the sidelines, and the Green Wave are in Army territory, threatening to start the game.
Go, Greenway. Way, get loud. Yell it. Go, Greenway.
Williams, toe tap down the sideline, avoided a couple of tacklers. He was finally brought down at about the 28-yard line. First and 10, ball at the 27-yard line. Here's the handoff, and several flags coming out. Usually means a false start, and that's exactly what it'll be. It'll be false start on the Green Wave. It'll be first and 15. They'll be backed up about 5 yards. 12:27 on the clock. First and 15, Tulane. Ball to 32. Shotgun formation for Darian Mensah. Single back set, man in motion. Here's the snap. End around handoff off to the left-hand side, and scooching his way for about a 2-yard gain is Keith Brown. Really good run by Brown there. The Army defense read it well. He was surrounded. He just kind of sat down inside a couple of the blocks and dove ahead and gain of 2. Could have been a lot worse. Second and 13. 11:38 on the clock. Once again, the over-under in this game was 45.5. Too high, too low, single back set, shotgun formation. Mensah drops to the snap, recovers it, grabs it, fires it over the middle, and wildly incomplete. I don't know if he didn't get a good grip on it after the ball dropped on the turf, but he was looking for his man cutting across about, we'll call it 15 yards in, and he threw the ball. Might have got hit in the arm. I believe he got hit in the elbow just as he was letting go. That ball only went about 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. So third and 13, Tulane, ball just outside the Army 30-yard line. Too high, too low, single back set, shotgun formation. Mensah takes a snap, looking back. Got all day, fires it over the left side. Ball is caught. It'll be about a yard or two short of a Tulane first down, and will they go for it? Once again, that was Mario Williams making the catch on that one. He was making the first down signal and then got to laughing as one of the Army players said something to the effect of, yeah, right. So it's 4th and 2, and it looks like Mentz is going to go over to the sideline. 15 seconds left on the clock. They're going to attempt the field goal. I thought maybe at first it was looking like they may go for it. They changed their mind really quickly on that. Here's the snap, the kick, and it's a bad snap, a bad kick. And what in the world? They never got the kick off. And Army they will tackle the holder right there where he sat. He was waiting for his kicker, Patrick Durkin, to kick the ball. Durkin backed up, and I've never seen that before. The Army special teams dove on the ball as the holder was just standing there waiting for something to happen. Normally they jump up and run, and that's where Army will take over. We'll be back in a flash. Army football here on Braves Country Radio. Welcome back, Army with the ball. You're just joining us. Tulane drove the field, got to a 4th and 2, attempted a field goal, and the field goal attempt was botched as it was an awkward snap to the holder. The holder froze. He got the hold back up. I think he was under the impression the kicker was going to try to kick it. Kicker backed up like he was going to get almost like a mulligan. As we are set here, Army with the ball. 1st and 10, 28-yard line. Here's the snap. Pitch out to the left-hand side, and scooting up the left sidelines, pushed out of bounds, is Noah Short on the option play, and it's an Army Black Knight first down. First and 10. 10 minutes left on the clock. Shotgun formation for the Black Knights. Now Bryson Daly, the quarterback, moves under center. Split back wing. Double tight end set. Here's the snap. Handoff is up the middle, pushing his way for about a 3 or 4 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and about 6. Maybe 2nd and 7. Ball placed just outside the 50-yard line. Here's the snap. Handoff. Up the middle. Dipping out to the left-hand side. Pushing his way. Looks like he got a first down. He did. Kanye Udo with the carry. And it's an Army Black Knight first down. First and 10. Ball placed at the Tulane 44-yard line. Single back set. Here's the snap. Daly running out to his right-hand side. He'll pitch it off to the right side and diving ahead for about, we'll call it about a 2 to 3 yard gain. Noah Short. It'll be 2nd and about 6 or 7. You haven't listened to Army football before. They like to run the ball. They like to run it off and like to control the clock and give you as few chances to touch the ball as possible. 0-0 your score. We're going left to right across your radio dial. You're listening to us on external radio. Go to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Here's the snap. It's going to be a keeper. Quarterback Bryson Daly dancing his way for about a yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 6. So 3rd and 6, and often if Army can get it within about 2 yards, it is 4 down territory. So keep an eye on that. .7:22 on the clock. Ball at the 40-yard line. 3rd and 6 for the Black Knights. Shotgun formation. Pistol set. There's a flag. Several guys moving on both sides of the line. Army's pointing at Tulane. Tulane's pointing at Army. Let's see what the call is. Here's the call. Offside, so that's going to change things drastically. It's now going to be 3rd and 1, which gives Army a slew of things they can do here as they start to creep into field goal range. Ball at the 35-yard line, 3rd and 1. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle is going to get stopped and dropped for little or no gain. Might have even lost half a yard. It's going to be 4th and about 1. Maybe a long one, a very short 2. Army most likely will go for it. They're keeping it 4th and 1. So they're going to say he got right back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe a touch behind, but not much. And it does look like Army's going to go for it. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Keeper by Daly. He'll push his way ahead for an Army Black Knight first down. Good keeper by Daly. Just followed his blocking off to the right side. Gain of a few yards there. We'll call it 4. And it's 1st and 10 on the 31-yard line. Daly under center. 3-back set. 2 tight. 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Daly drops back to pass. Looking. He avoids the pressure. Runs off to the right-hand side. Stiff arms, and he'll get another Army Black Knight first down. There are flags on the play. We might have gotten a face mask on this. Have to wait on the call. Personal foul face mask on Tulane, and that's exactly what it'll be. It'll push it half the distance to the goal. Somewhere around the 10-yard line. Oh, yeah, they're looking at the side view. He definitely got him right there on the face mask. Daly was pushed out of bounds at around the 20, so half the distance to the goal will make it 1st and 10. Right there at the 10. We'll call it 1st and goal. Shotgun formation, single back set. Here's the snap. Daly with the keeper, looking to his right, trying to get back to the line of scrimmage. He'll actually push ahead for a couple of yards, gets knocked out of bounds. It'll be 2nd and goal. This is your first time listening. We will have Army-Navy next Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock kickoff. Be our 4th installment of the Army-Navy game. Undoubtedly my favorite game to do every year of any sport. Army, 2nd and goal on the 7-yard line. Daly under center. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, twisting for about 1, maybe 2 yards. Close to the 5-yard line, might be a touch outside it. It's the halfback keeper, Kanye Doa. 4:08 on the clock, 3rd and goal. Shotgun formation. Too high, too low, single back set. Here's the snap, the handoff up the middle, keeping it, and Bryce Daly will go in for an Army Black Knight touchdown. Five-yard touchdown by Daly, and the Black Knights have taken a 6-0 lead, extra point pending. '26 rushing touchdown on the year for Daly. Black Knights set up for the extra point try. Trey Granati. The kick is up, the kick is high, the kick is good, and it is 7-0 Army. Tulane will get their try when we come back. Trailing by 7, they'll get the ball. Keep it locked in here on Army Football on Braves Country Radio Network. Welcome back. Army Black Knights lead Tulane 7-0. Black Knights just went the length of the field after a botched field goal attempt by Tulane. They took the opening kickoff and drove right down the field. Came up short at 4th and 2, decided to kick the field goal, and it ended up backfiring. It as a bad snap. Led to Tulane turning it over on downs. Army took the ball the length of the field, about a 75-yard drive, and that's where we stand 7-0. Here's the kickoff. We're going left to right across your radio dial deep into Tulane territory. Tulane's going to carry it back out and push themselves ahead to about the 35-yard line. On the return, Rayshawn Pleasant. So we'll be going right to left. Tulane with the ball. 3:42 left here in the first quarter. If this is your first time on the channel, please hit the like and subscribe. We carry a lot of play-by-play along with other content, other games, other shows, sports-related. Next week, we will be covering the MLB winter meetings, and the week after that, college football playoffs. Pistol set. Mensa hands it off up the middle. Hughes carrying it about a 1-yard gain out to. That's where they'll stop him. Is it about a 1-yard gain by Tulane? It'll be 2nd and 9. Ball at about the 35-yard line. 3:20 on the clock. Shotgun formation for the Tulane Green Wave. They actually gave him 2, so we'll call it 2nd and 8 from the 36. 3 low, 1 high, single back set, handoff on the left-hand side, pushing ahead just past the line of scrimmage. About a half-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and just over 7 for a first down. Third and 7, 2:38 on the clock. Shotgun formation, 3 high, 1 low, single back set, man in motion. Here's the snap. Dropping back to pass. Mensa avoids the rush. He's going to take off down the left sideline, get out of bounds at about the 49 of Army, and it's going to be a Tulane Green Wave first down.
Go Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Now it, go Green Wave.
Good read by Darian Mensa, the quarterback. He's flushed out of the pocket. Took off down the left-hand side. Move the chains and keep the ball rolling. They called him out at the 50. Looked like he stepped out of the 49, but nonetheless, shotgun formation, handoff off to the right-hand side. Pushing ahead for about a 2-yard gain. Shady Clayton Johnson. We've had Tulane games before. Shady Clayton Johnson, or as we like to call him, SCJ. 2-yard gain with a 2nd and 8 coming up for the Green Wave. This place is packed in West Point, New York. Cadets are loud and proud tonight, trying to get an AAC championship for their Black Knights. Pistol set. Mensa drops back to pass. He's got all day, and here comes the rush now. Pushes up, throws it out to the right-hand side. Move the chains, move the sticks, and it'll be in Tulane Green Wave, first down.
Go.
Catch
Green
on the play.
Wave, get loud. Now it, go Green Wave.
The tight end for the Green Wave, Alex Bauman, dances way for about an 11-yard gain. 1st and 10, Green Wave. Moving the ball once again into Army territory. Mensa this time under center. Single back set. Here's the handoff. Rolling up to about 9-yard gain, just short of the first down. Will they give it to him? Looks like they're going to mark him just a touch short. Once again, it was Clayton Johnson on the run. I think he might have gotten a questionable spot there, but 2nd and 1. Most offense coordinators would prefer the 2nd and 1 there as opposed to the 1st and 10. That'll do it for quarter number 1. Army, Tulane. Tulane is marching once again. Army leads it 7-0. End of the quarter number 1. We'll be back in a flash here at the AAC championship game. Welcome back. Beginning of quarter number 2, the Army Black Knights lead this one by 7, but Tulane is threatening. Knocking on the door. It will be 2nd and 1 at the Army 28 for the Green Wave. Other action going on right now. Boise State has a 7-0 lead, and they are threatening over UNLV. Game, I was a little surprised that line was so short tonight. Here's Beginning of quarter number 2, shotgun formation. Mensa draws back to pass. He's going to take off and run. Dive ahead for a Tulane Green Wave first down out to the 23-yard line. And on the play.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Now it, go, Green Wave.
Good defensive play by number 97, Jake Holstein. He dove out and swatted at Mensa's foot and tripped him up, or that would have been a possible first down for Tulane, or longer gain for Tulane, excuse me. 1st and 10, handoff is to Hughes. Hughes pushes his way, punches it through, and it is another Tulane first down. Wow.
Go, Green Wave.
Handoff was up the middle.
Get loud. Now it, go, Green Wave.
Up the middle, right through the teeth of the Army Black Knight defense. And Hughes did a great job of a juke step as he was almost caught in the backfield. Juke to his right and had a big hole there, a gain of about 11. 1st and 10. Mensa under center. Play action pass, rolls out to the right. Rolling. Fires into the back of the end zone. It'll be incomplete. In and out of the hands of his intended receiver. Make sure he's okay right there. Mario Williams slow to get up, but he appears to be all right. Mensa tried to thread the needle into the back, towards the back pylon, but led him a little far to the right. 13:24 on the clock. Tulane leading this one 7-0. Pistol set. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. Hughes pushing and prodding his way. Gets a gain of about, we'll call it 4 yards. It'll be 3rd down and about 6. Ball placed at the 7-yard line. The line to gain is the 1. Hope you're enjoying your Friday night football here on Braves Country Radio. Please smash that like when you get a chance and subscribe today. 3rd and 6. Shotgun formation. 2 high, 3 low. Empty backfield. And here come a slew of flags. Looks like laundry day out there on the field. It's going to be a false start on Tulane. Trying to see who moved there. It looked like on the replay that when Mensa came back up to the line, well, actually 2 or 3 guys moved, so Mensa faked out his own team. Anyways, 3rd and 11, ball at the 12-yard line. Shotgun formation. Mensa drops back pass. Here comes the pressure. He is sacked. Dropped. For a huge loss and a big stand there by the Army Black Knight defense. Wow. Coming out, shot out of a cannon on that play. Was number 18, Elo Mendoza. Here's the kick. It's up. It's high. It is no good. Wide to the right. No good. Wide to the right. And it's 7-0. That will stand. 11:44 on the clock. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the Black Knights get the ball. The 7-point lead. Kicking problems here for Tulane. Welcome back. Ball at the 20-yard line. Bailey under center. Army with the ball going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the snap. The pitch out to the right-hand side. Twisting and turning his way. Diving out of bounds. It's the tailback, Noah Short, number 15 in your scorecard. Gain of about 5. It'll be second down and about 5. Boise State leads 7-0 in their game for the Mountain West Championship. Bailey under center once again. 3-back set. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side and scooting up down the right sideline. Here he goes to the 40, the 35, the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Tripped up at the 3-yard line. The Army Black Knights almost with a touchdown to the house, getting tripped up at the very last second. Kanye Udo, the up-back, took the handoff and jumped out to the right side, and he was gone. Just an eyelash, tripping him up with his shoelaces. Good defensive effort on that play by the defensive back Smith. Here's the handoff up the middle, pushing and slamming their way in for an Army Black Knight touchdown. Bryson Daly with the keeper, 3-yard touchdown. On that play before, by the way, misspoke, that was Micah Robinson that tripped up Udo. But nonetheless, it's 13-0, 10-18 on the clock. Army Black Knights out to a 13-0 lead. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is good. And the Army Black Knights have taken a 14-0 lead. We will be back in a flash. Tulane gets the ball, tries to crack the scoreboard, and fix the special teams' woes. Welcome back. $14-0 your score. Army with the lead. Tulane set to receive the kickoff. Kickoff from their own 35-yard line. Trey Granati kicks it high and deep. Here comes the return. Out to the 20, 25, 30. 30, 35. The ball is out, and Army's on it. Army is on it. A fumble-lia. Holy cow. Special teams are doing the Tulane Green Wave in. Wow. The return by Rayshon Pleasant. He had a crease on the left side and tried to dance out, and as he was spinning away, number 96, the Army Black Knight Special Teams, Brian Vascoy, stripped the ball out as Pleasant was spinning, and the Black Knights fall on it at the Tulane 38. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. Maybe a 2-yard gain. Keeper on the up back. They're going to give him 3 at 2nd and 7. Second and 7. Udo with the carry. He's the one that just ripped off that long run. You're just joining us. It set up the second touchdown. 3-yard dive by quarterback Bryson Bailey. 2nd and 7 from the Tulane 35. Here's the snap. Pitch to the left side. Out there wide, gaining about, we'll call it 5 yards. Noah short. It'll be 3rd and very manageable at 3rd and 2. Boise State leads UNLV 7-0. They're in the second quarter. UNLV missed a kick. It is cold up there in Boise. It's not snowing, but you can see the breath coming off the players. I looked it up at the break. It is in the high teens. 3rd and 3. Daly under center. Here's the snap. It's going to be a keeper. He's going to get hit, dropped, about a half-yard short. It'll be 4th down. You would think Army's probably going for this one. With a 14-0 lead, if they can extend this lead. A bit of a difficult kick. So I would think that Army will go for it. And at least show that they're going to go for it. That's exactly what they'll do. 15 seconds left on the play clock. Daly under center. 3-back set, tight formation. Jumbo set. Here's the snap. Daly is going to take it off to the right-hand side, and he's going to slide around for an Army Black Knight first down. Great job by the Army offensive line to make the push on the right-hand side. Daly just followed suit. Leaned into the crease. And got the line to gain. 7:37 on the clock and ticking. Shotgun formation. Pistol set. Daly takes a snap. Handoff up the middle. And carrying it up for about a 2-yard gain is once again Kanye Udo. Udo. Look at the box score real quick. By the way, you baseball fans, Shane Bieber is returning to the Guardians on a $14 million deal, 1-year deal. They're expecting him about halfway through the season next year. Here's the snap. Handoff, pitch out to the right-hand side. Short down the right sideline. He has got an Army first down, and he'll get tackled just inside the 10-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal, Black Knights. The rushing numbers look like this for the Army Black Knights. They are now at 164 total yards on the ground, 90 by Udo, 43 by Short. Daly, 31 and 2 touchdowns. They marked him at the 11, so did not give him where he ended up falling. Knee must have touched the ground before he got there. So 1st and 10 on the 11. Here's the snap. Daly, keeper, gets tripped up. He'll get down to about the 8 or 9 yard line. It'll be 2nd down and long. 5:52 on the clock and counting. This is the type of thing you deal with when you play Army. If you do not score when you have the opportunities, Army eats the clock, and they usually move the ball. Much different Army team that we've seen in years past, just a really good football team top to bottom. Only loss this year was to Notre Dame. Shotgun formation, 3 high, 1 low. Keeper by Daly. Twists over to the right-hand side, pushes ahead, maybe a 2-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and 5. Third and 5, Army leading 14-0. Bryson Daly, by the way, he is a senior. Shotgun formation. Single back set, man in motion. Now an audible, Daly going to the line. 8 seconds left on the play clock. 4:45 on the game clock. Here's the snap. Keeper by Daly. Going to dive ahead for about a 1, maybe 2-yard gain. It'll be 4th down. Got to figure Army will kick the field goal and take a 3-score lead. But you never know in today's football. If there was a little more time on the clock, I would say Army go for it, because if you don't get it, you pin Tulane deep. But I would think you would want the touchdown. The field goal. But they are setting up like they are going for it. Will they actually snap the ball here, or are they just trying to draw Tulane off? 11 seconds left on the play clock. Daly under center. He will snap it. It's going to be a pitch to the short side. He's got no room. Terrible play call, but pushed out of bounds at the 3-yard line. And that's where Tulane will take over. Really strange play call. Terrible decision to go for it there. We'll head to the break. When we come back, Tulane gets the ball on their own 3-yard line. Call it the 4, but regardless, plenty of time with 4 minutes left in half number 1. Welcome back. Strange play call there by Army. I think they would kick the field goal, go up by 3 scores, but bit of a greedy call there. He had the opportunity. To kick an easy chip shot field goal. Instead, Jeff Monken decided to get greedy and try to go up by 3 touchdowns. Tulane gets the ball, 4 minutes left. The problem is, if you're Army, even if you stop Tulane, you don't have a fast-paced offense, so you're going to run out of time if Tulane gets more than a couple of first downs. Tulane under center. Here's the snap. Mensah hands it off to the left-hand side, pushing his way for about an 8-yard gain, maybe even 9. Good run by Mekhi Hughes. It'll be 2nd and 1. Boise State has taken a 2-touchdown lead at UNLV, or not at versus UNLV. The game's being played in Boise. The championship game there. Here's the handoff up to the left-hand side. Snap. Jumps to the outside, and here's the tackle on the play. Mekhi Hughes gets about a 5 or 6 yard gain. It'll be first down.
Go. Green. Wait. Wait. Get loud. Now it. Go. Green. Wait.
First and 10, ball at the 20-yard line. Shotgun formation, play action pass. Mensah all day to throw. Fires it over the middle. Intercepted. That ball is intercepted by the Black Knights. And they're trying to hack the ball out of his arm, but holding on to a great job by the interceptor, number 51, the linebacker, Andon Thomas. Tulane tried to rip the ball out of him from behind, and Army might get bailed out here. A terrible decision to go for it on 4th and goal at the 3. And an even worse play call. We didn't even get into that because we had to go to break. But you're 4th and 3 and you go to the short side on a wide pitch. Army's going to get the ball now, 2:40 left, so they've got plenty of time. They've got all 3 of their timeouts. A 2-touchdown lead. We'll see what they can do with it. Tulane needs a turnover in a big way when we come back. Welcome back. College football championship week. The AAC championship right here, Tulane versus Army. Army was a 5-point dog at kickoff. They lead at 14-0. Have the ball after the turnover. 1st and 10 from the Tulane 21-yard line. Black Knights. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. About a 1-yard gain by Udo. It'll be 2nd and about 9. Fast-moving first half. 2:20 on the clock. Boise State. Give you an update there real quick. They're leading 14-0. About 2 minutes left in their half. 2:05 and the clock continues to tick, and I think we're going to take this down to the 2-minute warning. We will. So that'll take us to the 2-minute warning of the first half. Army with the ball, leading 14-0 deep in Tulane territory. Welcome back. 2nd and 8 at the 19-yard line of Tulane. Army with the ball. Here's the snap. Keeper by Bryson Daly up the right-hand side. He will get the line to gain and a couple more, and it is an Army Black Knight first down. The pistol set, and he just kept it, ran it right up the middle off to the right side. No one touched him until about the 11. He dove ahead all the way down to the 8, first and goal. Timeout on the field. I believe that's being taken by Tulane. They're trying to get the ball back. With some time on the clock as it's first and goal Army. You haven't paid attention because they did move it up a few weeks. The college football recruiting rankings go as such right now. It's still a fluid thing because you've got all day tomorrow still open on the recruiting trail, and then they will reopen it in February. But as of right now, Oregon 1, Texas 2, Georgia 3, Ohio State 4, and Alabama rounds out the top 5. If you're curious about other teams of note, we'll get to that here in 1 second. Shotgun formation, pistol set, handoff up to the left-hand side, pushing his way for about a 1-yard gain is Udo. It'll be second and goal. LSU is 6, Michigan 7, Auburn number 8, Texas A&M is 9, and Tennessee finishes out the top 10. Florida Gators are number 11 in recruiting rankings. Notre Dame 12, Miami 13, Ole Miss 14, and Southern Cal 15. Florida State Seminoles have snuck into the top 20 today after a couple of flips. They were ranked 19. That is a huge shock to most. They were ranked around 60th going into yesterday morning before it began. South Carolina 21st. Georgia Tech, the Ramblin' Wreck 23rd. Kentucky 24th. Arkansas 27th. So we wait for the timeout to come back. SMU 29th. Duke 31st. Clemson 33rd. Virginia Tech 40th. Second goal, 1:47 on the clock. Ball at the 7-yard line. Shotgun set. Here's the snap. The keeper by Bailey. He's going to dance his way off to the right side. Eluded a couple of tackles. Gets out to about the 4.5 yard line, or 3.5 yard line, I should say. It's third down and goal. Tulane uses their final timeout on that play. So Army, if they do not get the touchdown, they should be able to eat the clock down to about a minute left before they either go for it again or kick the easy field goal. Back to the college football rankings around the land. Colorado, Deion Sanders' crew's 43rd in the country in recruiting. Pittsburgh 44th. Memphis is 55th. Iowa 59th. We're back from the timeout for third and goal. Here's the keeper by Daly. Once again to the left side. Touchdown, Black Knights! Four-yard touchdown run by Bryson Daly, his third touchdown of the night. And Army leads it 20-0. 1:40 on the clock. Tulane will have a chance to answer before the end of the half. If you're just joining us, Tulane has moved the ball, but special teams has absolutely killed them. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good, and the extra point makes it 21-0. Army, 1:40 left here in the first half, the AAC championship game. Black Knights are just 31 minutes away from crowning themselves champions of 2024. We are back as Army sets to kick off. By the way, the two teams in this game, Army is 76th in recruiting, Tulane 73rd. Here's the kickoff from the 35-yard line. High kind of a pooch kick down around the 30 is caught. It'll be ran out to about the 40-yard line. And the Tulane Green Wave will set up shop at their own 40. Plenty of time with 1:36. They are out of timeouts. Ashton Genty, one of the Heisman hopefuls, has just broken off a long run, and Boise State leads it 20-0. They are 29 seconds away from the halftime there. .136 on the clock. Bryson Daly, 56 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns if you're just joining us. Here's the snap. Mensah rolls out to the right-hand side off the shotgun press. He's going to push his way, weave his way for about a 9-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 1, no timeouts. Tick, 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 tick. The clock continues to tick down. We're inside a minute 20. Shotgun formation. Mensah drops back to pass. Looking, flushed out. He's got plenty of time and dumps it down on the left-hand side. The ball is caught. It'll be a Tulane Green Wave first down.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Yell it. Go, Green Wave.
He had plenty of time there. His receiver, Hughes, probably would have been better off dancing to the right and getting out of bounds. Instead, the clock continues to push. Here's the snap. Mensah drops back to pass, fires it over to the left-hand side. Fleming trying to make a sliding catch. It skips off the turf. It'll be 2nd and 10. 54 seconds on the clock. The ball at the 42-yard line of Army. Tulane just trying to get on the board before the end of the half. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. One back set. Mensah drops back to pass, plenty of time. Fires it over to the right-hand side. Ball is caught and going down the right sidelines towards the end zone. It's going to be a touchdown, Green Wave. Fleming makes it 21-6. Good throw by Mensah. Better run by Mario Williams.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Yell it. Go, Green Wave.
21-6. 42-yard touchdown pass to Darian Mensah. The extra point pending, and it has been a roller coaster on special teams. The kick is up. The kick is good, and 21-7. So just like that, Tulane is back in the game. 44 seconds here on the clock before we head to the half. You see how fast that they can strike this Tulane offense. So they're never out of it. If you're just joining us, Army will receive the kickoff in the second half. Army Black Knights with all their timeouts, you would think they're going to play this pretty conservatively unless they get a really good return. 21-7. If you're wondering, the over-under going into this game was 45.5, so they're trending over that right now. Army was a 5-point underdog on most books at kickoff. 21-7 here, 21-0 in the Mountain West Championship. Looks like Boise State's going to punch their ticket to the college football playoffs unless UNLV can have a heck of a comeback. We talked about this on the pregame show. Their quarterback play of UNLV has been terrible. They were given a bad hand, but I don't see them being able to come back in that game. Here's the kickoff. High and deep. Returned out to about the 25-yard line. Return made by Benson. It'll be 1st and 10, 41 seconds left. They have all 3 timeouts. So you got to figure they're going to run some kind of a of an option run, and if they can break one long, you might see them use their timeouts. If they get stopped pretty quickly, they might just take this to the half. First and 10. Here's the snap, the handoff. It's going to be up the middle. It's actually going to be a handoff to the fullback. His first carry of the day. Number 33, Jake Rendina. The clock continues to wind down. A little surprised they didn't do something a little more creative on that play call. Maybe get out to the wide side, because you would have had an opportunity to see if you could move the ball a little bit. But Army's going to play it conservative this time. I'm sure most Army fans would have liked to play conservative and get that field goal earlier. It would have been 24-7. Instead, it's 21-7. We'll go to the half. We'll come back, bring you the second half of the American Athletic Championship game here in West Point, New York. Welcome back. We never quite know how long to pace these halftimes of college football, because if they have a halftime show because of the championship game or because of the playoffs. But it ended up being a tight 20 minutes. We weren't 100% sure on this one. That's why we had the 9:45 there. I'll take that off the screen. If you're listening on external radio, jump over to Braves Country Radio. Give us a like, a subscription. We're here for all year long for Braves Country Radio, Atlanta Braves baseball. And when the baseball season ends, after the World Series, we bring you college football, National Football League. We'll have the college football playoffs right here, along with the National Football League and their playoffs. Here's the kickoff. Army is set to receive. We're going right to left on the kick, and the kick is in the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. Army will be going left to right across your radio dial. If you missed the Pick'em show today, it's at the beginning of this video. If you do want to go back and get our picks for this week, you just go back to the beginning of this video. We also did some Braves Country today, a little bit of baseball talk. We're going to get heavy into it next week. Ball placed at the 25-yard line, going left to right across your radio dial. Here's the handoff up the middle, slamming his way for about a 3-yard gain, we'll call it. Handoff was to Udo. It'll be 2nd and 6. Army 21, Tulane Green Wave 7. Just beginning the second half, third quarter, 14:30 on the clock. Bryson Daly under center, 2nd and 6. Here's the snap. Daly with the keeper on the right-hand side. He'll push his way for about a 3-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and about 4, maybe 3. We haven't talked much about the Conference USA Championship game. That is because it is an absolute blowout. Jacksonville State all over Western Kentucky, 38-12. They are just a few minutes into the fourth quarter. Daly under center. 3-back set, tight formation. Here's the handoff up the middle, pushing and prodding his way, slamming ahead for an Army Black Knight first down. Once again, Kanye Udo. Udo with a really nice night tonight. 101 yards. He just passed the 100-yard mark on that carry. If you're wondering, if you've been watching, you've been listening, and you're like, wait a minute, no, they have not. Army has not thrown the ball one time tonight. 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass, fires it over to the right-hand side. The ball's caught down the sidelines, and it's the first pass attempt, and it is a first completion, a 9-yard gain. Tailback Noah Short, with the swing pass catch. It'll be 2nd down, very short, maybe a yard, if that. 2nd down, 12:30 on the clock. Army with the 2-touchdown lead, looking to get back into scoring range and press this out to a 3-score lead. They turned down a field goal opportunity late in the second quarter. Were bailed out by an interception just moments down the road. Here's the snap. Handoff to Udo. Udo is pushing, tripped up, but all the way down to inside Tulane territory. See where they mark it. It looks like it's down at about the 42-yard line. Kanye Udo with a 14-yard gain, and it is an Army Black Knight first down. First and 10. Daly under center. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. pushing his way for about a 2-yard gain. Zudo once again. It'll be second and about 8. Boise State 21-0 over UNLV. They're just a few minutes into the third quarter in the second half themselves. These are the games for the night. Tomorrow, you got the Big 12 championship game coming your way at noon Eastern. Iowa State versus Arizona State in Jerry's World. Dallas, Texas, and the winner goes to the college football playoffs with a bye. Second and 7. Here's a snap. Pitching down the right side, making the run, the catch, the run, and getting about a 2-yard gain is Noah Short once again. Short, tall, lean running back. Really looks like a receiver. He looks like he's out of place in that backfield. Every time you see him run, it almost looks like that they're pulling some kind of an end around. 21-7 your score, 3rd and 5. That running to the short side of the field with the option for the Army Black Knight has not worked at all tonight. They've only done it a few times, but each time it has been shut down by the Green Wave defense. 3rd and 5, probably 4-down territory. Here's the snap. Pitch to the left-hand side, wide pitch, and going to get dropped at the line of scrimmage. It is Short once again, and he is well short of a first down, 4th and 5. With a long way to go and a team that doesn't throw the ball much, you got to figure this is probably a punting situation for Army. Try to pin the Green Wave offense deep. Let's see what they decide to do. They may try to pull Tulane off sides. The ball is at the 37-yard line to gain the 32, 4th down. Daly is under center. See if they snap it. Man in motion. They are going to snap it. Drops back to pass. Looking. Fires it over to the left-hand side. The ball is caught. And it's an Army Black Knight first down. Casey Reynolds with his first catch of the night. Taking a look at that Tulane Green Wave defense. In a 5-man front, they were running a 5-2 on that. When he dropped back to pass, his receiver Reynolds was wide open on the button hook. 1st and 10. A little surprising Tulane wasn't playing a little tighter on that. 1st and 10. Here's the keeper by Daly. He's going to go all up the middle. Running down to the 15, the 10, the 5-yard line. It is an Army Black Knight first down. There is a flag on the play, though. See what the flag is. Could be a hold. It is going to be against Tulane, so it will be declined, and it will be an Army first down. So first down, they marked him down at the 7. 1st and goal from the 7. Keeper by Daly. Off to the right-hand side, pushing his way and easily making his way into the end zone. It is an Army Black Knight touchdown. (27-7) your score, 8:29 on the clock. 11 plays, 75 yards, 6:31 taken off the clock on that drive. And Army leads it by 20. Extra point pending. Really funny when you do these other games and then you cover the Army games. That felt like a quick drive, and they still took 6 minutes and 31 seconds off the clock. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good, and it is 28-7 Black Knights. We'll head to break. Tulane gets the ball back. They've got a lot to do and a little time to do it. We'll be back in a flash. Welcome back. Bryson Daly. His fourth touchdown run. He has 87 yards. 87 of the 254 on the ground by the Army Black Knights. Here's the kickoff. Tulane set to return. Return coming out at the 11-yard line. Here goes the returner all the way up, pushing his way out. Rayshawn Pleasant out to the 41-yard line of Tulane, giving the Green Wave great field position. Trailing by 21. Really is a shame Bryson Daly's a senior. This is a fun team to watch when they got it on all cylinders. Shotgun formation, pistol set. Too high, too low. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the right-hand side. Pushing his way and getting stopped before he can get back to the line of scrimmage is Mekhi Hughes. Looks to be a loss of about 1. It'll be second and long. Second and 11 from the 39. Mensah drops back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket. He'll take off and run. Slide. Well short of the first down. See where they mark it. You're going to put it at about the 45-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 6. Down 28-7. Nothing to lose. You got to figure this is 4-down territory for the Green Wave. Not only that, you don't want these possessions to take very long because we know Army's going to try to control the clock. Shotgun formation. 1 high, 2 low. H-back on the right side. Single back set. Here's the snap. The handoff up the middle is going to get dropped. Dropped and stopped for about a 2-yard loss. Might have got back to a 1-yard loss depending on where they mark this. Nonetheless, it's going to be 4th down and at least 6 yards to go. I don't think he got to the line of scrimmage. They're giving it to him, but he looked like he was stopped well before he got there. He was stopped at about the 40, closer to the 43. They gave him the 44. They're going for it. 4th and 6. Mensah looking. He flushed out of the pocket. Going to his right. Going to his left, throwing to his right. The ball is fluttered over across the middle. Caught by Preston. Jazz Preston, he took a wallop in the middle of the field. He held on to the ball. Good hit on the play by Max Domenico. First and 10 Tulane. 6:25 on the clock. Timeout on the field. Looks like they've got an injured player down there going to take a look at. We'll be back in a flash. Looks like it's an Army cadet. It may very well have been Domenico. When we come back, we'll sort it out. First down, Tulane, trailing by 21. Welcome back. Conference USA Championship game update there. They got 4 minutes left in that one. Jacksonville State taking it to Western Kentucky 45-12. They will be your champion there. Meanwhile, Boise State has a 3-touchdown lead. Midway through the third quarter there, Boise State just had to punt. A couple of really bad throws by Boise State. We have it on in the background. I mean, they're trying to give UNLV a shot back in that game. UNLV dropped 2 easy interceptions. Here, it's 28-7, 6:25 left on the clock. You got the ACC championship tomorrow night, along with the Big Ten championship game. Both of those are 8 o'clock Eastern. Back to the action. 1st and 10 from the 40. Flags are flying, and looks like Tulane must have moved. It'll be a false start, I believe. It is. It'll be 1st and 15 back on the 45 of Army. Line to gain for the first down is the 30. At the SEC championship game, Georgia and Texas, 4 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. First and 10 from the 45, 1st and 15, from the 45. Here's the snap. Mensah looking to throw. Fires it over the middle. Caught. Receiver falls to the ground. It'll be a 12-yard gain down to the 33. Bauman. Tulane's number 1 tight end, Alex Bauman, with another catch. 2nd and 4. Man, I'll tell you what, as the handoff fires it over to the right side. Caught. Held down to about the 34-yard line. It'll be 3rd and 1. All night long I've mentioned it, but I'm really starting to pay attention because I thought maybe I was seeing this wrong. The spots on the field by this officiating crew are terrible. They're usually a full yard behind where the receiver or runner gained. Here's the handoff up the middle, pushing his way just short of the first down. It'll be 4th down and very short. Wow, that time they actually gave him a really good spot and gave it a first down. So as soon as I mention it, regardless, they've been terrible on the spots all night long. Typically what's happening is as the receiver falls to the ground, they're not giving him where he fell. They're giving him about back where his ankles were. Timeout on the play for Army. Army wants to talk this over, leading by 3 touchdowns. Speaking of that, UNLV is about to score. They just broke off a long run up the middle, and UNLV ball carrier James was caught from behind, but I think he just ran out of gas. The line of scrimmage was the 10-yard line, the UNLV 10-yard line. They went up the middle, and he gutted them all the way down to the Boise State, call it about the 3 or 4 yard line. So it'll be 1st and goal. And I'll tell you what, there was some pushing and shoving by Boise State and UNLV. The UNLV player hit the Boise State player in the face after he had been hit. And the Boise State defender tried to do a flop, and the umpires didn't look at either one of them. They basically just said, yeah, stop it. We'll stick right here with you as we'll keeping an eye on that other game, waiting for the Army game to come back. UNLV, by the way, just got a delay of game, and I guarantee it's because everybody, including the offensive lineman, had to run 80-something yards to get up there to the line, and they just ran out of time. When you're trailing up by 21, you can't really call a timeout in that situation. The winner of that game gets a ticket to the college football playoffs. I made the argument, though it doesn't look like it is going to hold any water. If UNLV were to beat Boise State, I would just like to know why Army's not in the conversation of making the playoffs over UNLV. UNLV has 2 losses, Army 1. If Army were to win and UNLV were to win, they're both ranked around the same spot, 24 and 20. And I have not been particularly impressed by Boise State this year. Just think they're in a very weak conference. And honestly, Tulane, I think, would beat either one of these teams that are up there in Boise right now. And if they didn't beat them, it would darn sure be close. And you see how Army's playing a very good game. I just think it's a little ridiculous that Army can go 11-1. Their only blemish is to Notre Dame, who's obviously one of the better teams in the country. And it was in, what did they go, 10-0, 11-0 before they ran into Notre Dame? It's a little insane that if they were to win this game and to win the game against Navy, that they wouldn't get a nod. I think they've got to create a situation where when you have this for the AAC championship game, you got to make room for one more team at the table. And what I mean by that is, so we're having 12 teams right now, and the big argument is whether it should be South Carolina or Alabama or Miami, etc. But if you expand to 14 teams, I don't want 2 more teams from the power conferences. Give me an Army. Give me a Tulane. Make the road where they can get to the playoffs. It'll be a lot more fun for all of college football. They're back from the break, and we were back with them. Ball is placed at the 30-yard line. 1st and 10, Green Wave. Shotgun formation, man in motion. 2 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Mensa draws back to pass, fires over to the right-hand side, caught, and it's a Green Wave, 1st down to the 18-yard line.
Go, Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Now it, go, Green Wave.
4:14 on the clock and ticking. Mensa, 9 of 13 with 146 yards, a touchdown and interception tonight. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Fires it over to the right-hand side. Caught once again. It's going to be about an 8 or 9 yard gain depending on the spot. Dante Fleming on the catch. There is a flag down. See what might have been a little extracurricular activities. A late flag. Umpires are talking it over near the sideline. Trying to get some clarification. 5 of them all in one huddle. Here's the call. It is a dead ball foul. It is a personal foul against the Green Wave. Unsportsmanlike penalty, and I believe it's on number 68. The offensive lineman for the Green Wave is Mr. Josh Redemick. Looking at the replay, it was after the play and they were coming in, and he plowed one of the defensive backs well after the play was over for the Army. I believe that was Max DeMonico. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 17. Mensa dropping back to pass. Fires it over to the right-hand side. Caught just ahead of the original line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 8, maybe, or 3rd and 8, maybe 9. Catch was made by Brown. Keith Brown, we haven't called his name in a while. 2nd catch of the night. He's into double-digit yards now. 2 catches for 11 yards. 3rd and 8. Line to get is the 8-yard line. We're sitting at the 16. Shotgun formation. 2 high, 2 low. Man in motion. Mensa drops back to pass. Flushed out of the pocket. Running. Pushed out of bounds. Gain of maybe 1. Looks like they're marking him back at the original line of scrimmage. So it'll be 4th and 8. And typically you would think about possibly kicking a field goal here, but if you kick a field goal, Army has sat on the ball quite a bit. So if you kick a field goal, you may not get the ball back until midway through the third quarter. They are going to go for it. 4th and 8. Big play, maybe the biggest play of the night for the Tulane Green Wave. 2 receivers high, 2 low, shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Fires it over the middle. Caught. No, it's dropped. And that'll be incomplete. He wouldn't have had the first down anyways. The ball was dropped at the 10-yard line, 2 yards short of the line to gain. The man on the play there, Donovan Platt, the defensive back, hit his receiver, Rayshawn Pleasant, high and knocked the ball out of his hands. Pleasant, we've called his name a few times, the return specialist, could not hold on to the ball. And the Black Knights will take over. I'm sorry, that was you, Keith Brown. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, off to the left-hand side, dipping and dotting his way, Kanye Udo for about a 3-yard gain. It's 2nd down. Boise State, by the way, were able to hold on and keep UNLV out of the end zone. It's still 21-0. The Broncos have the ball, and they are driving on UNLV. 1:49 on the clock and counting. Bryson Daly under center. 1 receiver high, 1 low. Tight formation, 2-back set. Receiver in motion. Here's the snap. Pitches it out wide to short. Dives ahead. Gets decleated, but will get about a 5 or 6 yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and short. A short 2 or a long 1. Daly got plowed by the interior lineman just as he was pitching it, and Short, diving, trying to get to the line to gain, was decleated in his own right. Double tap hit, won by 2 different defensive backs. Here's the snap, the keeper up the middle, and Daly's going to be about a half a yard short. It's 4th down. 46 seconds left, so they will have to snap it before the end of this quarter. Does Army go for it, or do they punt it and play it up the middle? The offensive coordinator for Army getting into it with their head coach on the sideline. Not exactly sure why. He did not like the play call, obviously. They are going to go for it. This seems crazy. Up by 21 points. I believe there may be a timeout on the field. 19 seconds left. The timeout is taken by Army. I might want to talk this one over. I mean, this seems nuts. They're going to get a review is what it is. It's going to be a review. I don't believe he got the line to game. We'll have to see what they say here. Looking at the replay, line of scrimmage. Actually, after a second look, that's a lot closer. If nothing else, they need to move the ball up maybe a few inches. Though they may not give them the first down, you could really see Army going for it if they only need a couple of inches and all they have to do is kind of push ahead. They have dominated Tulane. But the idea that you go for this just seems insane to me. You're up by 21. Your defense has played well. Why give them the short field as the ball is on the Army 25-yard line? If you don't get this, you put Tulane right back in the ballgame. It's almost like Army is allergic to kicking the ball. I mean, they do not want to kick field goals, punt the ball. I see it a different, I always say this when it comes to going forward on 4th down. what are you gaining? And getting a first down at your own 25 does not guarantee anything except for 3 more downs. Here comes the review. It is 4th down, play stands. I didn't think they would overturn. I thought they might push it a little closer to the line to gain. Army's still over there talking over it on the sidelines. Jeff Monken having a conversation with his team. See what he decides to do here. On the screen, if you're following along at home on the television, it's showing 4th and 1. It's really about 4th and about 2 or 3 inches if they give him the right spot. 21-point lead here. 21-point lead at the Mountain West Championship game. Boise State blanking UNLV. Other than that one long run I described on UNLV's last possession, they have really done nothing offensively. Looks like that's going to take us to the end of the 3rd quarter. They restarted the play clock. Probably shouldn't have done that, but they did, and that takes us to the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll be back in a flash. 4th quarter on the way. Army with the ball. Will they go for it or kick it away? Welcome back. Army's going for it, at least showing that they are. 4th and inches on their own 25-yard line. Here's the snap, pushing up to the right, left side, and Daly's going to have an Army first down. He kept his legs churning. He almost broke through there. He had one man to beat left, and had he lost the grip on that tackle, Daly might still be running. 1st and 10 Army. $14:25 left on the clock. Daly under center. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Going to keep it to the left-hand side, run his way for about a 1-yard gain. It's 2nd down. $28-7 your score, 14 minutes. Just under 14 minutes left here in the 4th quarter. Pistol set too high. One tight end down. H-back on the right. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, off to the left-hand side. Pushing and prodding his way for another Army first down is Kanye Udo. Army getting very close to 300 yards rushing. Just under 13 minutes left here in the 4th quarter. Black Knights, 3-touchdown lead, trying to win the American Athletic Championship for 2024. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Keeper by Daly. He will lean ahead for about a 2-yard gain. It's 2nd down and 8. Second and 8. Ball at the 45-yard line of the Black Knights. They continue to chew the clock. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. Man in motion. Here's the handoff up the middle to Udo. Udo breaks through, breaks a couple of tackles. He will get all the way down to the Tulane 38-yard line, and it is an Army Black Knight first down. That's going to push the Army rushing total to over 300 yards on the night. Of a 48 carries, 4 touchdowns. The long run by Udo, a 72-yarder, back in the 2nd quarter. First and 10, 38-yard line of Tulane. We're going right to left across your radio dial. 28-7 your score. Here's the snap. Daly drops back to pass, then keeps it. And it's going to be a quarterback keeper up the middle, and it'll be another Black Knight first down. Took a couple of steps back, did Daly, then he just jetted ahead. It was the design quarterback keeper. He got all the way down, got the ball across the first down marker. There is a player down, so we'll have an injury timeout. We'll be back in a flash when we come back. Army's trying to knock on the door one more time and win the American Athletic Championship for 2024. 11:16 on the clock here in the fourth quarter. The Army Black Knights lead at 28-7. Good evening or good morning to wherever you're listening around the world, young men and women. Serving this great nation, we thank you and salute you. Remember, next week, Army versus Navy, Saturday afternoon, December 14th, 3 p.m. kickoff. The game. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. Udo, once again, about a 1-yard gain. It'll be second and about 9. As Army will take this clock down towards the 10-minute mark here in the fourth quarter. Boise State, by the way, 21-0 over UNLV. 12 minutes left in that one. Play clock ticking down towards 10 seconds. Army is taking every bit of the clock out of this. Pistol set, 2 high, 1 low, shotgun formation. Here's the handoff. Keeper by Daly. He will shoot his way up the middle, and it'll be another Army Black Knight first down. They've used that play to perfection tonight. Daly now at 128 yards rushing. The Black Knights at 332. Udo is at 150. All 4 touchdowns by Bryson Daly. Under center, Daly keeping it. Pushing his way to the right side. He'll get stopped after a gain of about 5. Second down. This Tulane defense has got to be exhausted. They've been on the field all game long. Army sitting at about 32 minutes of time of possession. Second and 5. 8.5 minutes to go. Ball at the 11-yard line. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle to Udo. Udo will be short of the first down by about 2 yards. It'll be third down. No football games next week. We're doing the winter meetings here on Braves Country Radio. And we will be back the following week for the college football playoffs, waiting for the announcements to figure out which game we're doing that week. Shotgun formation, ball at the 9-yard line. Here's the snap. Daly keeps it. He'll push his way very close to the first down. Did he get the line to gain? See where they spot it. It looks like he's got the first down. We'll have to see if they move the chains. They do give him a Black Knight first down. Boise State very close to getting what could be a quarterfinal ticket if they stay ranked above the Big 12 championship winner. Boise State would get the bye. I don't think they'll give it to them. I think they will end up giving it to the Big 12 champion, but we'll see how that plays out. Timeout on the field. Army's going to use a timeout. You look at the different arguments for it. Now, right now, Boise State's ranked number 10, and the two teams that are playing in the Big 12 championship game, Iowa State and Arizona State, they're both ranked 15th and 16th respectively. But a win versus one of those teams, is that not worth more than Boise State's win over UNLV Well, I think it's falsely ranked. UNLV should not be ranked number 20 in the country. I've watched several of their games this year, and their quarterback play is atrocious. It's not their fault. Their original quarterback dipped. It was an NIL back out, and he decided to enter the transfer portal. So the kid who's playing quarterback for UNLV is doing the best that he can, but that is not a good football team that Boise State is playing. And I just have a hard time seeing them give Boise State in the Mountain West Conference a bye when the Big 12 champion, the Big 12 is, we're not going to put it up against the SEC or Big 10 or anything like that, but they're definitely much more of a deep conference than what the Mountain West is. 6:58 to go. Timeout was called on the field by Army, waiting for them to return. Look at some of the games tomorrow. You're looking at some of the lines on tomorrow's action. Games are beginning at noon, and there's going to be wall-to-wall college football tomorrow. Doing back-to-back games the last 2 days. We're not doing a game tomorrow, but I will definitely be dialed in. I'm going to be watching the games. I think we're going to put the scoreboard up for the SEC championship game, but I don't know how many people are going to tune into that, but we might give it a try. But looking at the games for tomorrow, you've got a lot of action. And remember, you've also got some games that have nothing to do with college football bowl system. The FCS, they are in the middle of their playoffs. So there's a lot of games you're going to see pop up tomorrow. They're going to be on your betting boards as well. But the Penn State-Oregon game, Big Ten championship game, that should be a fun one. Oregon's a 3.5-point favorite. Over-under is 50. SMU, Clemson, that should be the best one of the day. Clemson getting 2.5 against SMU. That game is in Charlotte. The over-under is 55. SEC championship game, Georgia's getting 2.5. The over-under 50 versus Texas. It all gets started tomorrow as far as the big boys. Iowa State, Arizona State. Iowa State getting a point. Over-under 50.5. First and goal. Ball at the 6-yard line. Pistol set. Tight formation for the Army Black Knights. Here's the handoff up the middle, pushing his way. Did he get in for the touchdown? I think he did. Kanye Udo, a well-deserved touchdown. His first touchdown of the night, but has he carried the load? 34-7 your score. Udo, 158 yards rushing now. One touchdown. Bryson Daly, 126 yards and 4 touchdowns. An extra point pending. It's a 27-point lead. Oh, his knee might have been down. Hold everything. You got to be kidding me. You got to hand it off to Ado one more time. You got to get him the touchdown. They are reviewing it, and it looks like his knee may have touched the one, and his arm was not over the line, over the goal line. So it does appear that we're going to have to, it's going to take at least one more play to hopefully get Udo a much-deserved touchdown. If you're Tulane, you got to be dialed in and realize he's getting the ball. And they are going to reverse it. It's going to be second and goal. Ball is going to be down inside the 1 yard line. Got to get Udoh. I don't care if it takes the next 3 carries. You got to get him the touchdown. If you have to wildcat it, you got to get Udoh the touchdown. Kanye Udoh, Bryson Daly doesn't need his 5th touchdown. Udoh needs his 1st. So we'll take that TD off the board. Udoh with 157 yards rushing. Udoh is in the backfield. Daly under center. Here's a snap. Hand off to Udoh. He goes in for the touchdown. And now it's official. Kanye Udoh with his first touchdown of the night. 34-7. 6:29 on the clock and a big smile on the kid's face. Kanye Udoh dove across the line into the air, almost Herschel Walker-like. And Kanye and the Black Knights have taken a 34-7 lead. 6:29 on the clock, extra point. Kick is up. The kick is good. And Army 35, Tulane 7. We'll be back in a flash. Green Wave get the ball, see if they can get anything going. Welcome back. Army kicking off from their own 35-yard line. High and deep. Tulane going to try to run it out. Here comes Pleasant. Getting tackled at about the 20-yard line. Will be 1st and 10. Green Wave trailing 35-7. 1st and 10 Tulane. Ball at the 26-23 on the clock. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Missed the Major League Baseball announcements today. Shane Bieber signed a 1-year deal to come back with the Guardians. $14 million deal. He's not expected back until midway through the season, coming off of Tommy John surgery. Not 100% sure why Cleveland did that, but they did. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. Drops back to pass. Mensah fires it over to the right-hand side. Caught. And it's going to be a Tulane Green Wave first down.
Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Now it, go Green Wave.
Catch was made by Mario Williams, his 5th catch of the night over the 100-yard mark, and he has the lone touchdown. Mensah drops back to pass, fakes the throw, drops the ball, has to dive on it. It's going to be a loss of a few yards. It'll be 2nd and long. He also appears to be kind of limping. He's not coming out of the game. He's staying in. Maybe he's okay. Might have just tweaked something. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 14. Mensah drops back to pass, looking, flips it over to the right side. Caught by Hughes. He gets pushed out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and long. 5:29 on the clock and counting. Clock does not stop. There's still over 5 minutes left in the game. When you get ran out of bounds in college football, there's one of the new rules this year. 3rd and 10. Shotgun formation. Single back. Too high, too low. Mensah takes a snap. Looking, fires it over the right side. Ball is caught. And looks like, honestly, it looked like Pleasant would have had the first down. Brown would have had the first down, but he slipped. Whether or not they give it to him, they may give it to him, but he did not have that first down. He slipped. Time is being called. See if they're going to look at this. The line to gain was past the 44, almost the 45. He slipped just before the 44. They gave him the first down, and he's about a half yard short. But this umpire crew has been terrible with the spotting of the ball all night long. Getting explanation from the crew chief, and it's going to be 4th and short. So I was correct, and they finally cleaned that up. 4th and short, they're calling it 1. It's less than 1. Tulane will obviously go for it. Trailing by 28. Here's the snap. Pushing it up. Quarterback keeper, quarterback sneak. And Tulane will have about a 5 or 6 yard gain as they mash the pile forward. It's Tulane first down.
Go Green Wave. Wave, get loud. Now it, go Green Wave.
There is something left to pay attention to in this game. If you are on the betting market, the over-under was 45.5. We're at 42. Mensah drops back to pass, flips it over, short pass in front to Hughes. Hughes makes the catch, about an 8 or 9 yard gain. It'll be 2nd and short. So if you took the over, you need a touchdown to cover. Anything else is pretty much already wrapped up unless you've got player props. 3:42 on the clock. Shotgun formation. Mensah drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. He almost intercepted. The ball was dropped by the diving attempt in the secondary by Jaden Mays, right cornerback. He dove out. Almost had a spectacular catch. That's why he plays defense. 3rd and 1. Shotgun formation. Tulane. Handoff up the left-hand side. Runs it down to about the 35-yard line of Army, maybe the 36. It'll be a Tulane Greenway first down.
Go. Greenway.
Clock continues to tick. 3:17 on the game clock. Mensa drops back to pass. All day, only 3-man rush. All day, all night. Rolling around. Going to his right. And he is going to get pushed out of bounds. All that running around, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. He either walked out of bounds right there at the original line of scrimmage, or he stayed in bounds and threw an incomplete pass. That was a long play for a whole lot of nothing. 2:55 on the clock. Clock continues to roll. Clock will not stop, so they are saying that he did step out of bounds there. 2nd and 10. 2:36 on the clock. Here's the snap. Mensa drops back to pass. Looking. Fires deep down the left side and almost intercepted. Once again, this time it's Casey Larkin, the defensive back, knocks it down, almost picks that one off. The clock does not stop in college football when you go out of bounds until you get to the 2-minute warning. Or the 2-minute timeout, as they like to call it. I can't get in the habit of calling it that. .229 on the clock, 3rd and 10. 9 seconds on the play clock. Mensa, shotgun formation. 3 high, 1 low. Single back set. Here's the snap. It's going to be a keeper. He's going to run it up the middle and fight his way. Pass for about a 14, 15-yard gain. It's a Tulane first down.
Go. Green way. Way. Get loud. Now it. Go. Green way.
Shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. Fires it over the left-hand side and almost intercepted again. That is the 3rd time in this drive that Army almost had an interception. Once again, it was Casey Larkin. 2 times he has dropped a sure thing interception. Mensa continues to float him in there. He just locks in on receivers and does not look off his man, and it is a big-time problem. Looks like they're going to take that all the way down to the 2-minute warning. We'll take it with them. We come back. We'll see if Tulane can kick in the door and hit the over for those of y'all who took the over-under in this game. Welcome back. 2nd and 10 from the 24-yard line. Mensa drops back to pass. That ball's fluttered. Caught. Should be a first down, but they're going to give another bad spot. This, I'll tell you what, this umpiring crew reminds me of some of the worst baseball umpire or referee crew. Some of the worst baseball umpires back there calling balls and strikes. I mean, they don't have a damn clue what they're doing. Here's the handoff off to the left-hand side. Mekhi Hughes takes it for a 2-lane first down.
Green, wait. Wait, get loud. Now it, go green, wait.
1st and goal, Tulane. Here's the handoff up the middle. Hughes pushing ahead down to the 2-yard line. It's 2nd down and goal. Army leads at 35-7. A little over a minute left before they can be crowned the champions of the American Athletic Conference in 2024. Timeout on the field. Second and goal. Once again, the only real drama that's left in this game is will Tulane score and break the over-under. Got a funny feeling we're going to lose a lot of people as soon as we find this out, because I know where most of our viewers come from on the football side. Boise State leads UNLV 21-7. There are 3 minutes, 55 seconds left. I believe UNLV has the ball. Tulane with the ball. Snaps, drops back to pass. Mensa drops it up into the end zone. Did he hold on to it? If he did, it is, yes it is, a Tulane Green Wave touchdown.
Green, wait. Wait, get loud. Now it, go green,
Mensa rolling out to his left. Little touch pass as he ran out of bounds. Dropped it into Bauman. Bauman had to sky high and catch it, and it's 35-13. Extra point pending. 1:10 left. Army a minute and 10 left before they can be crowned champions. Here's the kick. It's up. It's good, and 35-14. So a 21-point lead. Total of 49. So if you took the over, you hit. If you took Army plus the 5, you're going to hit there or the money line. Georgia and Texas, SEC championship tomorrow at 4 o'clock. ACC and the Big Ten championship are at 8 o'clock Eastern. Big 12 is at noon. Those are the big games that everybody's concerned with tomorrow. A lot of FCS action, but most of the eyes will be in the college football world will be on those 4 games. Here's the onside kick attempt. Army falls on it at about the Tulane 43-yard line. And Army will take over. Play knee on it unless Tulane decides to use timeouts. I can't imagine why they would. You also have the Sun Belt Championship tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern. Not sure why they're trying to compete with the ACC and Big Ten Championship at the same time, but they are. That is Marshall versus Louisiana. The MAC title game. I will probably watch some of that. I've been watching a lot of MAC football this year, especially on the Tuesday and Wednesday nights, and it's Ohio versus Miami of Ohio. That should be a really good game. I like Miami of Ohio in that game. They are the home team. And Army takes a knee. Should just take one more knee. We'll be able to put this in the books. Your scoreboard, UNLV still driving. It is 4th and goal. They have the ball down by 14, so they're trying to make that a game still. One more snap. It'll be the backup quarterback, Dwayne Coleman. He will take the honors, and that'll put this one in the books. The Army Black Knights, 35. Tulane Green Wave, 14. Next Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock, Army-Navy. If you haven't been here for that one, that is a fun one. The cadets, by the way, are storming the field. I don't know if I've ever seen this, but this is one of the coolest sights ever. You've got the Army cadets storming the field in their fatigues, rushing the field as they have won the AAC championship here at West Point. And what an incredible sight to see. I cannot wait for that Army-Navy game. That is going to be a special one. If you haven't been here for that Army-Navy game, 3 o'clock Eastern next Saturday, we usually have a really good crowd from all over the world. It'll be our 4th time doing it. We will see you next Saturday. You baseball fans, we are going to see you Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all at 4:15. And if newsworthy, we're going to do a 4th show on Thursday as the winter meetings conclude that Thursday morning. So typically nothing happens, but every once in a while there is something that breaks. So definitely Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday here on the channel, 4:15 every single day, to go over not just what the Braves have done, and I do expect them to make some moves, but also what else is going on, the trades, the free agencies, all that. Y'all have a great one. Army wins this one. They win the 2024 American Athletic Championship game. They are the champions, and I think it's kind of easy to put this one to rest with the game ball. It's Bryson Daly, 126 yards rushing, 4 touchdowns, but a very close tip of the cap to Kanye Udoh, who had 158 yards and a touchdown in his own right. Army goes to 11-1. They'll try to go to 12-1. And then we'll find out where they're going bowling, as they have guaranteed themselves a spot in the postseason. I contend they should be in the playoffs. But we'll see what happens as it wraps up. Sunday morning, college football announcement will take place about noon Eastern time if you're looking for it. Y'all have a great one. Army 35, Tulane 14.